Mesa Board met in closed session on the items listed on the closed session agenda. Regarding item 3.11, authorization was given to the city attorney to initiate litigation. Regarding item 4.11 and item 4.12, an update was provided to the Mesa Board and direction given to the agency negotiators. Thank you.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We are now moving on to the other white agenda for those following along. This is a special study session meeting of the City of Emeryville. It is 6:12. And, I think we actually forgot to call roll, although please note we were all here for the closed session meeting. So would the clerk please call the roll officially?
Councilmember Asher.
Here.
Councilmember Atkin.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
And
All here.
At this time, is there anyone who'd like to step forward for public comment on the study sessions? I'll provide opportunities after the staff reports as well for the study sessions on the AC Transit Major Corridor Study and the discussion of San Francisco Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinances. Okay, seeing none, I have a stack of comments and they're all for the scheduling ordinance. So, and I want to be conscious of people's time. So if it is all right with my colleagues on council, I would like to flip the study sessions and do the scheduling ordinance first.
That's fine by me.
Okay. With my apologies to AC Transit. So we're moving on to item 4.2, discussion of San Francisco Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinances. Charlie?
Okay. We had the other one queued up, so I'll just...
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'll get this one queued up. Right. Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council, this is a discussion of the San Francisco Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinances. We were directed by Council to provide you with documents about these ordinances for you to review and discuss, and so that is what is before you this evening. So, San Francisco's ordinances, what are they? They are known as the Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinances, or FREROs for short. There are two ordinances. The first is the Hours and Retention Protections for Formula Retail Employees Ordinance, which is codified in San Francisco Police Code Article 33F. The other is the Predictable Scheduling and Fair Treatment for Formula Retail Employees Ordinance, which is codified in San Francisco Police Code Article 33G. Both of these were passed by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors on November 25th, 2014, and they became effective on July 3rd, 2015. They are enforced by the San Francisco Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, and that office has promulgated final rules for the FREROs. Those were issued on January 29th of this year, and they took effect on March 1st, about 2.5 months ago. So I'll briefly summarize what the provisions of these ordinances are. First, covered employers, are formula retail establishments, and those are defined as those retail establishments that have at least 40 establishments worldwide and at least 20 employees in San Francisco. It also includes those establishments' janitorial and security contractors. One of the provisions of the ordinances are that these establishments must offer additional work to part-time employees. Any extra work hours that are available must be offered to current qualified part-time employees in writing before the establishment hires new employees or uses contractors or staffing agencies. There's a provision for employee retention that says that if the establishment is sold, the successor establishment must retain for 90 days eligible employees who worked for the former employer for at least 6 months prior to the sale, and they must post a notice of the change in control and provide the employees with a notice about their rights. Concerning scheduling, which is really the heart of this matter, the establishments must provide an initial estimate of the work schedule to their employees, and they must provide 2 weeks' notice of work schedules that have to be posted or available electronically. There is a predictability pay provision for schedule changes. If less than 7 days' notice is given for schedule changes, then a premium of 1 to 4 days of pay must be made, depending on the circumstances. Also, for on-call shifts, there is a premium of 2 to 4 hours pay if a person is on call and is not called in. There are a number of exceptions to these premiums. Under several extenuating circumstances, the premiums are not required. There is also a provision for equal treatment of part-time employees. They are subject to the same starting hourly wage as full-time employees. They are subject to the same access to paid and unpaid time off as full-time employees, and also the same eligibility for promotion as full-time employees. However, hourly wage differentials are allowed if they're not based on part-time status, such as seniority or merit systems. For janitorial and security contractors, these are covered by the FREROs if they are contracting to the formula retail establishments, and the formula retail establishments must notify their contractors of these requirements. Posted notices of these ordinances are required within the establishments, and of course retaliation is prohibited. We have provided a number of documents in your packet.
You sure did.
Related to these ordinances. One is the fact sheet, the FAQs, the notice. This is the notice that is legally required to be posted in the establishment. The full text of both of these ordinances, San Francisco Police Code Articles 33F and 33G, and the rules that were recently promulgated by the office for their implementation. So you have got all those documents before you, I presume. Our proposed process, if the council should direct us to prepare a similar employee scheduling ordinance, would be that we would first do analysis, obviously, develop a draft ordinance, and determine enforcement costs and staffing requirements. Of course, the draft ordinance would be an iterative process. We might come up with an initial draft just for discussion purposes, and that would be modified during the course of the process. There would be community meetings with key stakeholders, including workers, worker advocate organizations, employers, and other interested parties. The proposal would be reviewed by the Economic Development Advisory Committee and any other relevant city committees. And then there would be additional city council study sessions and public hearings. So we have several discussion questions for you. First is, does the council wish to pursue the development of such an ordinance for Emeryville? If so, which components of the San Francisco ordinances does the council wish to include in the Emeryville ordinance? Should the ordinance apply only to formula retail establishments as defined by San Francisco, only to large employers as defined by our minimum wage ordinance, which is 55 or more employees in Emeryville, to all employers, or to some other subset of employers? Does the council agree with the proposed process that I just outlined? And what is the relative priority of such an ordinance compared to other council priorities? And just to remind you, those other council priorities that have been discussed recently include medical marijuana, for which a study session was held on March 15th, and regulations are now under study. Tenant protections, for which a study session is scheduled for June 21st. Short-term rentals, for which a study session is scheduled on June 7th. Small business assistance, for which a joint meeting with the Planning Commission is being planned. Sign regulations, for which a Planning Commission study session is pending. The noise regulations, for which you held a study session at your last meeting on May 3rd. Smoking ordinance, for which a study session is tentatively scheduled for June 21st. And review of the impacts of the minimum wage ordinance, which is scheduled for September 6th. So with that, I will return to the discussion questions, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions for staff?
I'd just like to hear from the public.
Let's hear from the public. So I'm going to call Kelby Peeler, please. And would Cynthia, Mariah, and Carlos please line up? and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kelby Peeler, as you already stated, and I'm a member of the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm also an employee at Barnes & Noble. I've been an employee at Barnes & Noble for 7 years. And I'd like to start briefly by noting that there were actually supposed to be more people here today. They were all agreed to this date weeks in advance under the condition that they wouldn't be randomly scheduled today. Well, not scheduled, randomly called in. And unfortunately, and should I say coincidentally, they were all, most of them, majority of them, were called in today. So, which is ironic, given that's the exact reason why we're here. And so, today I wanted to simply mention that, and also to mention that I hope I represent them well. Since they are absent, they can't tell their stories. And I want to represent also the over 120 retail workers who signed a petition in favor of the Fair Work Week. So we are here today to urge the City Council to pass a Fair Work Week bill no later than August. It's asking a lot given all the priorities that we were just educated on, but it's something that we believe that is fair and can be done. So no later than August. We also urge that the City Council push this because it is a continuation of the great and wonderful work you've already done by last year by raising the minimum wage. It's not completely done. The minimum wage is not, it's just one step in a larger process of making California and Emeryville specifically affordable. We need to protect the utilization of the minimum wage, and that needs to be established. So it's not just raising the minimum wage, it's making sure that the minimum wage can actually mean something. And so that's by protecting workers in that way, by making predictable schedules. My own personal story is and I think this is not idiosyncratic to myself, it's something that I think can be applied generally to a lot of people. I had a problem, I'm graduated now, but I had a problem of balancing school and work. So what happened to me multiple times is I had a very difficult time on figuring out when I could actually take my finals. So unlike a lot of schools, it depends on the teacher and depends on the school, you're not notified of when your finals are until like a week to maybe a week and a half in advance. And so I would end up staying up about 48 hours. So I would go to work, I'd close one night, so I'd go from like 4 p.m. to midnight, and then I'd have to wake up again in the morning because I would do a clopen, and I'd have to arrive at work at 7 a.m. in the morning. And then I would end up having to go to school and take the rest of my tests, or the beginning of my tests, in the evening. Then I would have to wake up again the next morning and take the rest of my tests in the morning. And so this created this very strange dynamic where I would end up having no time to study for school and have hardly any time to sleep. So I said I stayed up for 48 hours. Depending on the day, I would stay up for like maybe I would sleep for an hour, but it still wasn't enough.
I'm sorry, that's your time.
No, but please, we urge you to pass that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cynthia. I'm here with ACE. I'm a member to urge you to pass Fair Work Week on August. Sorry. I was here before, and basically my story is that I have my family. It's really work oriented, and I'm the one that has to take care of my brother. So I've been having to work full-time, be a full-time student, and I have been scheduled in really badly because literally my boss would text me at 1:59 telling me to go in at 2. And this happened a couple times, and it got to the point where I couldn't, take care of my brother, take him to school, like plan any meetings for him, like things that happen at school, like I could not protect him at all. School started also, and not only did I not have time to study, because I had to go to work, they would call me in on the days that I needed to study, and it was really hard because I would barely sleep, and I would literally sleep for like 3-4 hours, and just to get to work and to go to school was really hard because I was really tired. I could not fulfill my whole potential, not only for school, but for my life as in taking care of my brother, and for work, of course. I was too tired to do anything. And it's still happening. So this is why I really need it, because it has been happening to a lot of other coworkers too. So it has affected me, because it's like I can't take care of what I need to take care of, because I don't have time. It's not enough time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilyn Monroe.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mariah Larkins. I'm currently a employee at Home Depot. I used to work at Target, so I'd like to give you experience of my experience at Target. I have applied to Target as a full-time or part-time worker. They hired me on as a seasonal worker. They didn't explain it to me until they hired me that I was going to be seasonal. My hours was okay, but they used to call me an hour to like 45 minutes before a shift because they needed to cover a shift. But I'm a single mother. I have a 2-year-old. So I can't just jump up and do that. And so I had to decline 3 or 4 times. And I believe because I am a single mother, they use that to not keep me on as a full-time or part-time employee. From my coworkers' experience, we got hired around the same time. I was getting 25 to 30 hours. They was only getting 16 to 20, which I don't seem that's fair. It's fair, and they just treated everybody very different. And it was not fair because, like, single mothers, we have to pay rent, we have to pay car notes, we have to pay daycare, we have to pay for school, because I was also a full-time student, and I'm also working full-time. So it was really hard because me having my days off, I specifically make them for my son. And when they call me in out of nowhere, it's like, yeah, I need the money because the bills are high, but I can't do it because my son needs time with his mom. He's only 2. So that's my experience, and I do urge you to pass the Fair Work Week by August because it will really help us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carlos Contreras. I work at Barnes & Noble. It'll be a year in August of me working there. It's my first job. I'm 20. And in this year, the experiences hasn't been as great as I wanted it to be. It was great until about February. That's when they started cutting hours. Since February to this day, my bank account has been 200 and below. I can't afford to save up for college, and I'm lucky enough that I still live with my parents, and I know coworkers that don't have that, and so they have to worry about having to put $400 down for car insurance, for rent, more than that, and I can't imagine the stress and the worry that has to go through that every day that they have to work. It's difficult to imagine that. You know, workers need to live, not just survive. And that's why I think that it's important that we pass the Fair Work Week by August, no later. Because if not, people are going to be kicked out of their houses. People are going to have to go somewhere else to work. I have to travel from Richmond to Emeryville just so I can get a $14 an hour pay. And it's not good. I can't afford to go to college right now. I owe $2,000 in tuition, and I can't sign up for classes. And it sucks. It really sucks not to be able to go to school, to be able to move up in the world so I can actually have a job that I love and a career that I'm going to be able to go to. And I think if we don't pass it, it's going to affect a lot of people. Like Helby said, it's 120 people that we had to sign a petition saying that they're being affected by it negatively. And that's 102 people in Emeryville. We could make an improvement on not just us, but surrounding cities. I know that Richmond just recently had their minimum wage go up because of us, because they saw that we raised it so high that they realized that they could not only do that for themselves. And so I think that this is a really important bill that we need to pass. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask the speaker a question?
Sure, go ahead.
So what's the Richmond rate now?
I think it's $11, 11 or 12. My friend used to work at the Macy's there, and she got paid about $12 an hour. Yeah.
Thank you. Next up, I've got Jennifer Lynn, and would Sarah Crow and Alvin Shen be stand by and be ready?
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you very much for doing the study session on Fair Work Week and Employee Scheduling Ordinance. My name is Jennifer Lynn. I'm with the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy. And we've prepared some materials just in this discussion about San Francisco and Emeryville. I wanted to raise 3 key points for your consideration. One, I think it's great that we're considering San Francisco's policy, but as we all know, Emeryville is not San Francisco. And so we would encourage you to learn from San Francisco, take a more tailored approach, perhaps a more simplified approach in deciding what's right for Emeryville. And so, yeah, would encourage you to learn from San Francisco. I would not necessarily recommend taking San Francisco's components wholesale, which leads to my second point around policy components for the city of Emeryville that we would recommend that are different than San Francisco. First is the issue of something that one of the workers talked about, clopenings, closing, having a shift that ends, a closing shift, and then coming back in the morning for an opening shift called a clopening. Our recommendations for the city of Emeryville would be that there be some protections for workers to be able to turn down those shifts without retaliation or get some sort of premium pay if they need to work that shift. And that is something that is not available in San Francisco's policy. The second issue is around exceptions. I won't go into the details, but exceptions for when workers get predictability pay or modification pay. There are some exceptions in San Francisco that we could live with, others that we would have more concerns about, but overall exceptions in a policy tend to make it more difficult to implement and enforce. And we know as a small city in the city of Emeryville, the more sort of details that your staff will need to go through to be able to verify whether someone qualifies for an exception or not, the more difficult it will be to implement and enforce. And lastly, on implementation and enforcement, I just want to say, our recommendations for the city of Emeryville would be to target the largest chain store businesses that have the economies of scale to be able to implement these policies fairly easily. Emeryville can also build off or utilize its existing minimum wage infrastructure, things like a clear administrative process for dealing with worker complaints of violations. These policies also do tend to be worker complaint based. So workers need to file a claim under the law, claim of violation under the law before the city acts. The burden of proof is really on the large multinational corporations and employers to prove that they are following the law. The recommended policy would also allow workers the opportunity to get remedies through a court as well as through the city. And last but not least, on implementation, scheduling issues we believe would be easier than under the minimum wage, especially for large-scale employers that are already using scheduling software. And companies like Costco and Macy's already are supposed to provide 3 weeks of notice. Urban Outfitters, Gap, Victoria's Secret have all committed to eliminating these on-call shifts that you've been hearing workers talk about. Modern technology makes it far easier than ever to predict business flow and create schedules that protect our health. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Crow.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for the study session. My name's Sarah Crow. I am a Vice President at the Opportunity Institute. We're a small nonprofit that studies social mobility and opportunity. And I was part of a team of advocates and researchers who assisted the City of San Francisco with its ordinance. I congratulate you on prioritizing or thinking through this set of policies. I think it behooves your city, and it demonstrates that you value your workers and want to make your city a friendly place for families. Particularly, I would argue that predictable work schedules are critical to build on the important work you've done on the minimum wage. One without the other does not provide workers with the kind of minimum set of resources to live in society, and especially in California today. If you just have minimum wage and no guarantee of hours, then there's just no guarantee that you'll be able to provide for your family. San Francisco took up this set of issues in its effort to become a more family-friendly city. It recognized through a work study session, a number of sessions much like these with a task force, that the way to keep low-income and struggling families in San Francisco is to look into these kinds of policies, particularly with the rates of childcare and the kind of stories you've heard just now with workers wanting to advance their careers through schooling, and they were unable to do so because of this fluctuating work schedules. I came to this set of issues as somebody who spent her career working on the issues of low-income women and children. I became particularly concerned about how families schedule childcare when they cannot schedule their work schedules. Terrible stories emerge of people leaving children unaccompanied or with people they would not otherwise leave their children with because they're desperate to keep their hours and to show up for their work when their employers ask them to, even though they can't responsibly do that in every situation. So it leads to a heartbreaking situation. And I would just, in closing, mention that this is a California issue. The rates of workers working part-time, not out of choice, but out of that economic necessity, tripled since the Great Recession in California and doubled everywhere else in the country. So this issue is particularly problematic in California with our high rates of cost of living and a particularly painful recession. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alvin Shen. I'm a citizen here in Emeryville. I'm a resident. I also happen to be a small business owner here in Emeryville as well. Though Best Coast Burritos on Hollis and Powell has only been open since January, my extended family, including my wife's family, we've been actually doing Mexican taquerias here in Emeryville since 1989 in the public market. Contrary to some of the other guests here, I think it's ironic that they put, kind of put everybody like on one side to speak and the other. But contrary to what you think, though being a small business owner, I'm not here with a stance in opposition to what we're discussing today, nor am I here in distinct approval either. I think the approach that I wanted to come and let you guys know about and come speak to you guys about today is that I think that the experiences that some of the workers that have shared, I think it gives me a very stark contrast to the working style and the kind of atmosphere that I have at my family business. I work there, my brother-in-law works there, my in-laws work there, and my wife doubles as a second job, helping out doing accounting and marketing and other things. Many of our workers have worked with us for 20, 30 years. We treat them like family and we respect them and their schedules and their lifestyles, very much so. And many times we work with them all the time, being flexible, working with their schedules as best as we can. I think that there's a big contrast in terms of we here in the city of Emeryville, the small business community, because what makes our city so unique is being able to have not only big box stores and chains, but also food and restaurants and business that you can't get anywhere else. And I just hope, and I really do encourage the council to consider that as discussion and study of this happens, that we actually have dialogue, because it's a two-way street. Without employers, there's no employees. Without citizens, there's no community and there's no council. We both have to have a symbiotic relationship. One can't exist without the other. And when it comes to this, I really hope that we do have time to discuss, because there are things, specifics in consideration in the ordinance that I think, though they may be applicable to one side, for a lot of us small business owners, it may not quite fit. One size doesn't fit all. One example that I'll end with is in terms of scheduling. This week alone, I got a call from a rather large business here in Emeryville. They called me for 500 burritos for catering. They called me on a Monday. They asked for it on Thursday.
You can finish your sentence.
So, in our world, things move fast. Just like on Cinco de Mayo, we were flooded with catering orders. Our schedules change. And so though there are rules for big box stores that say, hey, you need a 2 weeks notice to let these folks know when they're working, there's also a adverse positive side too. When things come up and business is good for us, we add hours. We ask our workers, do they want more extra hours, because we need to make a lot of burritos. And so,
And we've got a
one size doesn't
question
fit
for
all.
you,
Yes.
Alvin.
How many employees do you have?
We have 12 right now.
Okay.
Did you deliver the 500?
Yeah, did you make it?
burritos?
Yes, we made it. It was a lot of work, but we're able to do it.
You really do a
But,
good
yeah,
job.
thank you.
They are delicious.
So I just hope that there's definitely healthy discussion and room for us to really dialogue about it before things become enacted. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next up, we've got Marilyn Boucher, Judy Timmel, and Jessica Lynham.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Boucher. My husband and I own the Broken Rack, and this month marks our 18th year in business in Emeryville. I'm here to express my concern over the proposal to adopt a scheduling and hiring ordinance, and over the council making that its highest priority. Last session, you adopted the MWO, which has had a significant impact on my business and others. There is going to be a study of the effect of the MWO after its first year, but since it hasn't been a year, there hasn't been that study yet. At a recent city council meeting, the city attorney stated that MWO regulations, which his department has not yet had time to draft, are still needed so that the staff can interpret it correctly and consistently. The staff report for tonight's study session states that the SF Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinance is the only such ordinance in the adopted by a U.S. city to date. That ordinance also has been around for less than a year, so it doesn't have much of a track record, and as Jennifer Lynn said, San Francisco and Emeryville are two very different places. The retail business climate in Emeryville is not healthy. I supported the increase to $12.25 and paid sick leave for all, and my business has been able to adapt to it so far. But I have a real worry that we won't be able to survive with the increase to 15 in just 2 short years from now. And I know many other business owners have the same fear. It's not just rising labor costs, we're getting a squeeze from all directions. In addition to listening to the concerns of local business owners, you only need to look around Emeryville to sense that there's a problem. Months after Park on Powell opened, only 2 of the ground store retail have been leased. The E22 Cafe across the street, which closed probably a year ago, no new business has gone in there. The public market is 3/4 empty, and I get the feeling that Bay Street's not doing all that well either. I have always understood that the core goal of Emeryville is to create an environment where residents can leave their home and walk, bike, or take public transportation to access the goods and services and amenities they need nearby, near their homes, so they can have a vibrant community. Lots of small, local serving businesses, not empty storefronts, are what's needed to realize that vision. And it should not be overlooked that while those businesses are providing services to the community, they are providing much needed jobs for people. Even if you craft an ordinance that doesn't impose new regulations on small businesses like mine, you will still be imposing new burdens and costs on a portion of the business community, and that is going to discourage businesses from coming to or staying in Emeryville. And my business depends on patronage from those businesses and their employees, as well as from local residents. In the period before the adoption of the MWO, I was told not to worry, that the council will be coming forward with policies to support the small business community. I've seen no evidence of that to date. Creating a healthy business community doesn't just benefit business owners, it benefits residents and workers as well. I respectfully request that you start to prioritize that.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Hello, Council. Judy Timmel. I'm here representing a group of residents called Residents United for a Livable Emeryville. We support workers as members of our community, and we want to make sure that the minimum wage is just the beginning in giving just working environment for the workers. Satisfied workers make successful businesses, and in turn, this adds to the livability of our city. We also really support our small businesses, and I know that you will make those considerations when you are drafting the ordinance. But we realize that there's a big gap between some of our small local businesses and the formula retail businesses. I have just read the city's goals for the council for 2016 and 2017, and I was happy to see number 3 is to support and initiate efforts to develop equity and social justice in living and working conditions. And I think this ordinance fits in perfectly with that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Jessica Lynham on behalf of the Emeryville members of the California Restaurant Association. This evening I'm going to break my talking points up into 2 parts. First off, the Department of Labor Standards and Enforcement in San Francisco recently spoke to a Assembly subcommittee on these 2 ordinances, and they told the subcommittee, the Assembly members, to not pursue anything at the state level because there's so many bugs and issues with what's going on in San Francisco right now. It's extremely burdensome on restaurateurs and other small businesses within the city, and they don't want other cities to enact this policy until those issues are figured out. Again, this issue, like city staff said, was just passed in March. They're still working through those issues. Secondly, this policy in San Francisco is very discriminatory towards my franchisee members. These members are small business owners. They own maybe 1, 3, or 5 chain restaurants. They're vastly immigrants to this nation and women. So they're coming here looking for these big companies to teach them how to be a business owner. They run the franchise for a couple years, they sell it, and then they become a small business owner with a different business model. So they really use these large establishments to help them out, get their foot in the door. And having a policy like this clumps these small business owners, at the end of the day, they are small business owners, into this chain franchise formula retail. They are a franchisee, they are a small incorporated entity. Secondly, the fair scheduling aspect is extremely hard to implement in the restaurant industry. Flexibility is what is desired by employees. The employers during the interview process tell the employees, we're looking for a Tuesday morning shift, Thursday, Friday, can you fill those shifts for us? So the schedules are already kind of hammered out at the interview process for most restaurants. Now, the restaurant can't take into consideration when the Warriors are going to get in the playoffs. We don't know that 2 weeks in advance. Or when Little League's going to win. We don't know when someone passes and they want to have a passing celebration of life at a restaurant. We don't know when the large burrito order is going to come in. So the flexibility is something that the staff really likes, because if they're needing to pay some rent that they didn't think they had enough money, or their car had a flat tire, they want to pick up extra shifts. In San Francisco, my members are saying, sorry, I can't give you those. Although they want to, but that's a scheduling change, and that's going to flare up issues going down the road. Again, I want to echo a comment by a fellow restaurateur and small business owner that the dialogue needs to be open. I'd hate for this to be another minimum wage ordinance that is wham-bammed overnight, and we have to come back to council and try and figure out the issues. Let's work out the bugs in now with a stakeholder group of not only businesses, but also employer activist groups. Let's figure out what really works for Emeryville, because like other people have said, we are not San Francisco. My members are really working hard to stay open and to provide luxuries to the citizens. Thank you.
Jessica, can you actually tell us some of the chain restaurants that are affected by the San Francisco ordinance?
So essentially all the chains. So the McDonald's, there's I think, don't quote me on this, but about 98% of McDonald's are franchisee owned. So all the McDonald's in San Francisco are hurt. The Subways, the Jamba Juices, the In-N-Out Burgers, I'm not quite sure about them, but essentially any chain restaurant you see around, some of them are franchise owned, and they are hurt by this because they're considered to be the larger establishment, although they're franchise owned.
Right, and can you quantify the damages?
So, like I said, this has only been infected since March, so I can't give you exact data, but it's really hurt them in the scheduling aspect. Some of them have had to pay money to their employees because the communication, the managers can't negotiate shift changes, so the franchisee owner had to pay because the manager stepped in when they're not supposed to. So it's really not only learning on the employee side, but also management side, because the employees used to come to management, hey, can I change shifts? Now management don't talk to me about anything shift related.
Well, if you ever do come up with that data, I'd appreciate seeing it. I'd be happy to look at it if you'd like to send it.
I have a question here too. So I don't know the lay of the land in San Francisco to know enough, but are there also chain restaurants like of the ilk of Caro's or Denny's or Applebee's or that are also affected by San Francisco's ordinance?
If they have a San Francisco location. So San Francisco is different where they don't have as many chains, I will say that. But if there is an operation in San Francisco, then yes, they would be affected. For example, even a small diner that has California or Utah-based 40 locations, they fall under this.
And I realize I named brands that are often more suburban in nature, but do you know if they exist at all in San Francisco?
Yeah, I was gonna say yes. There's a Denny's and there might be an IHOP.
An IHOP?
Don't quote me on that. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward for public comment on this item? No. Oh, come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Nettles, and I manage Bay Street. And we are going strong. Yay, sales are up.
And there was a mysterious black board in front of a new shop, and I can't wait to find out.
Mysterious large blackboard, which you will all be invited to shortly. Obviously, this is a grave concern for us because it affects every single one of our merchants. The first point I wanted to make was the minimum wage connection to this. So as some of you might be aware, we lost a $12 million potential tenant for the Elephant Bar location because of minimum wage. They're no longer looking at coming to Emeryville. They're going to choose a different location. So the tax money on a $12 million restaurant, you could just imagine what that would have been like. So they chose not to come here because of the minimum wage. Then we're going to turn around and do this to it. So I asked one of our managers, unfortunately we just got the letter yesterday that this was happening, and I asked one of our managers, I know you can't come, but give me an example of what this means for your store, your retail store. They said what happens is we'd have to do a set schedule. That means when people call off, we'll have a hard time refilling those positions. So picture walking into the store and no longer being greeted by someone at the store. Standing in a checkout line that's normally 10 deep now could be 15, 20 deep. So if you choose to come to Bay Street or if you choose to go to Walnut Creek or somewhere else, are you going to get better customer service somewhere else, or are you going to get better customer service at Bay Street? Unfortunately, the way retail works is people call off. And when people call off, you have to refill those shifts. Schedules change, people change, demands change. We at Bay Street are known as the chain Bay Street. Everybody always says we're full of chains. But I'll use an example. Fuddruckers is individually owned and operated. So this would dramatically affect them. They're paying the minimum wage hike. They're going to have fair work week issues going forward. There's going to be possibly bag taxes. It's like every time they turn around, they're like, oh my gosh, we're being hit with something else. And they're an individual operator. Then you go to, unfortunately, the small businesses who we value dramatically. Arts African, Tea Cake just left us. Some of these issues were a concern. We have Dafe. There's a lot of those mom and pops we like to push in with the chains to make it a good experience, and they're really groaning over some of this. So the concern isn't just the people that are here today. It's the people who will come here in the future. So is it easier to do business in Emeryville, or is it easier to go 2 streets down and do business in Oakland? And that's what I asked you to contemplate today, because the minimum wage is having an effect. Will this just add to that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Hello, my name is Anya Savano. I work with Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm an organizer, and I organize retail workers in Emeryville, and I just wanted to clarify a few points that have come up tonight. So one, I just wanted to say, ACE was part of an effort. We were knocking on doors throughout Emeryville and asking residents how they felt about this issue and asking for their support. We have had over 230 residents sign on in support of this issue, so we know that there is overwhelming support in the community. Secondly, the proposal that workers have put forward to the City Council, it does not include restaurants. So I think that should eliminate some of those concerns. And secondly, it does not include small businesses. So I know that tonight the majority of opposition or concern that we have heard has been from the Restaurant Association as well as small businesses. I think we should absolutely listen to the concerns of small businesses, but just want to assure you that we as workers do not intend to include small businesses and also do not intend to include restaurants. So, yeah.
And is there any more public comment? Okay, so let's go to the discussion questions. Does the council wish to pursue the development of such an ordinance for Emeryville?
I'd like to speak to that.
Sure.
You know, when the shopping centers got built and then filled with tenants, Emeryville for in some people's eyes became known as like the big box shopping center for the inner East Bay. And the work that we started last year with minimum wage, I think, went a long way. I see this as being able to continue to address some of the issues that have come with such a visible presence of big box retail. So I do want to pursue, speaking as one of 5, I would like to pursue the development of this ordinance. And in full disclosure, I've co-signed on to an op-ed piece speaking about these issues that ACE and eBase are trying to find a publisher for. So, I'll be hopefully in writing and some publication on record in support of that. I do think I'll just kind of run through all of these. I do think we need to do it right and take some time and to develop and think through what possible unintended consequences there could be. I'm relieved to hear that organizers say they don't want to include food establishments because the margins for running that kind of a business are very slim, and it's a very challenging environment, and we see restaurants come and go all the time. So I'm relieved that the organizers aren't pushing for that. And to lay in some of the details about the rest of this, I think we should have consistency with minimum wage ordinance and talk about the stores that have 55 or more employees in Emeryville so that we have some consistency there. And in terms of the timing to do this, I had a private meeting with the organizers and some of the retail workers who met with me, and thanks for coming again. We have other priorities that are already queued up for our legal department to do. I think it's possible to see this happen by the November election, and even that is kind of fast. And council used to meet in August, and then when a council member is no longer on the council, really pleaded with us to take an August recess because of school schedules for school-age children and traveling and all that. We started to take the month of August off. the Emeryville Council used to have miss two meetings a year, one around July 4th and one around the first Tuesday in January for New Year's. And I'd like to see the second study session on this happen in August. I'm around, I'm able to meet, I'd like to do this, and then in September and October, maybe we can have first or second readings for that. So I think even that is tight. But the other thing I would say about the priority of doing this is that I think the council needs to keep in mind that we were elected by the residents to serve the needs of Emeryville residents, and we have an acute housing crisis, and we have two things lined up that will begin to address some of the needs that retail workers could benefit from by us revamping our short-term rental policy and tenant protections and other things that we've talked about. But so far, this council has only talked about them. We haven't actually done anything about it or seen, further development on that. And so I really would like to see those in place first. And the housing crisis, to me, will benefit not only retail workers who may live in Emeryville, but it'll affect a far broader potential pool of people. So that's my own personal priority. I want to see the housing stuff get finished.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. Scott?
Well, it's been about a year and a half ago, Diane, that the two of us ran for office.
Yeah.
And when we were running for office, I was talking to a lot of people whenever I had a chance. Some of those people were in Trader Joe's, and some of the workers in Trader Joe's actually live in Emeryville. Mm-hmm. And we have people who live and work in this city and are really would be affected by this, I think, positively. And I want to tell you a little story about my daughter's experience working for West Elm, an Emeryville store, but also in Brooklyn, where she worked for them. She got out of college and she was looking for any kind of work. This is, a young person looking for work, and she got hired for doing some work at West Elm, and then she was on call, and it was so irregular, she had to keep her phone with her, that she couldn't find other work. So to not have a regular schedule prevented her from being able to get other work when she wasn't working part-time. And this is a kind of jail, in effect, for people. And I think family businesses don't do that to their workers because they see the consequences. But giant corporations don't think like that. They have a board of directors. They have a profit sheet to make, and they just do what they can do to skim every last bit of profit. And some of that comes down the line to workers having to sit there with a phone and maybe get work or not. And I just think that it's crazy. And I think we do have the technology today that can make large corporate interests be able to schedule effectively. And I think this is really a classic problem of government. Government needs to step up to make the marketplace better for everyone. I think we can do it. So I really want to have this go forward. I think it's a high priority.
Okay. Do you want to speak to any of the other questions, the components, who should the ordinance apply to?
Well, I like how it's been outlined that we should consider it, tailor it to our minimum wage ordinance, 55 or greater, and keep it to large chain corporate entities, not restaurants. And I think we can tailor it to our city. We can learn from some of the mistakes San Francisco had, and I think we can get a lot of input going forward from businesses, from large corporations can come and talk to us about it. I think we can reach some deal that everyone can live with, and importantly, people who are working right on the edge of every hour counts, especially young families. Got to have some necessary support for young families to move forward. Just got to have it. You know, I don't see another way.
Do you have any thoughts on the process or the relative priority?
Well, I think it's. I think we should make a start on doing it sooner rather than later. I think that some of the outlined suggestions that eBase has provided seem really sensible, and we could start to get more specific testimony on some of these ideas right away. I don't see how a study session moving forward just with what we have here wouldn't, I think we would benefit from that sooner rather than later.
Okay. Jack?
I agree with what Ruth was saying. Carolyn, were we going to take August off? I was going to email you. We were. How are we going to do that with the budget coming up, though, and all of that?
The budget
that'll
will
be
have
done in
been
June?
adopted in June, yes.
But we have so much on our plates. I just feel like
The council members who are exiting, do you feel like you need extra time? You guys can.
I don't know. I mean, I think what Ruth said is I'm on board too, right? I mean, you know me, I go nowhere. So August is fine with me, especially because it's very important to me to get the housing stuff done. That's a high priority for me. I like the framework that eBase has put forward here. I want to start with a draft ordinance using this framework, and I also want us to think about, for my own, for clarity's sake, thinking about formula retail, what that means, right? Because if we go 55 or larger, we may have folks in town that we may be hitting with this that we may not want to. So I just want to be open to that, but that's my one note on that part. I think the clopenings are really important. I mean, that's been in the New York Times. This is a terribly abusive labor practice, and we don't need to have that in Emeryville. I think that also in terms of the priorities that we have up here, one of the ones that I've been thinking about is the small business assistance, and we were trying to get a joint meeting together. I want to propose, we got an email from the Oakland India Alliance, and going into our budgeting session, one of the things that they recommended was a sales tax give back for locally owned and locally operated businesses. And I want us to look at it. I think that that's something that we can do through the budgeting process. It's something that could be more immediate for our small businesses. And while we're waiting to get that larger project together of sitting down with the Planning Commission and getting a long-term plan, this is something that we can do really in the next couple months. So I would like to see us do that. The rest of it, the sign regulations, I'd be willing to push back a little bit if we had to. But perhaps if we are meeting in August, we'll be able to get all of this done. So I think that's the bulk of my comments. I want to obviously see us move forward with this. I think it's an important component to go along with the minimum wage. I teach at UC Berkeley. I have students that work at Bay Street. I have, and they have to work, right? It's out of necessity, and that can sometimes mean, because of their work schedules, compromising their class time and their study schedules. And it's a very difficult balance. Predictability is a necessity for students, for people with children who are scheduling daycare. In the Bay Area, we have the problem that daycare is scarce. expensive, and then add to that the fact that you don't know when you're working. We're just creating an impossible situation for workers with children. So I look forward to working on this. And I also want to say that there are some stores at Bay Street that nationally have been working to get fair scheduling done. And so some of them have, right? So it's not unheard of, not even necessarily in our town. I think it's time to go ahead and pursue this.
Nora?
Yeah, it's quite obvious that this is moving forward with 4 council members in full support. I think it's good business for people to use good scheduling practices. And in the long run, it serves the business well as the employees. However, when I look at it from the perspective of being elected to serve the people of Emeryville, I've got a number of questions here. The first one is the San Francisco Formula Retail Employees' Rights Ordinance. When did we change that from Fair Work Week? And who changed it? We are talking about the same thing here, right?
We're talking about the same thing. There's a
Can
member.
Can we include Fair Work Week as we move forward here?
Yeah.
So that it's clear, because a lot of people immediately correlate in their minds what Fair Work Week means. They don't necessarily say Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinance has any meaning to them. So that's one thing. The second thing is, the presentation that came forward about the franchisors of major corporations that are really essentially small businesses, like these Subway stores we have scattered around. They're small businesses, but they are perceived to be mega corporations. I hope we pay attention to differentiating the franchisees from the major corporations. I think that's an important thing.
We would exclude food.
No, I'm. Okay.
Include
Talk about FedEx then. They're a franchise operation. So, but they're also a large business. Then there's a couple of things here in terms of. I know you all are very anxious to put the pedal down and push this thing through by the election time, but we worked very fast on the minimum wage and pushed that through. We still do not know what the outcomes there, what the implications are for the future of our tax base or for the future of businesses coming into Emeryville. We have not done that analysis. I would urge the council to wait and get some of that information before they move ahead, because you really don't know what the consequences are. It's very disturbing to hear from Bay Street that someone decided not to come because of the minimum wage. That's just a one-off. But we have to consider the future. The retail tax is a big part of our base. We do not want to do anything that is going to diminish that or make it unstable for the future in the city. We need that revenue. And then I really appreciate all the documents, but I'd also like to hear whether or not there has been any litigation against San Francisco on these issues, or is it too early? You don't have to answer now, but as we go down the line. And then, let's see. So I would urge that we follow the process that is suggested by Charlie, that we, instead of just moving ahead with an ordinance, that we open it up for discussions to allow and identify the people who are going to be impacted by this. Once we get the real guts of it, we'll have to identify, is it Target, Safeway, who is it? Because it's only 1 square mile. We can probably identify 10 or 15 people who are being affected. I don't particularly think there's any more than that. I don't know how you guys feel about it. But if that is so, wouldn't it be better to work with them to get their cooperation?
Are you suggesting the establishment of a task force?
No, study sessions, but just communicating and saying, this is not, well, it is a formal retail employee rights ordinance. It's also Fair Work Week. It's going to affect you. You better show up, or you should show up. If you're, so I'm looking for a process that is more measured, that looks to the consequences of the actions, not only to the city's well-being, financial well-being, but also to the well-being of the people who are the workers and the employees. It does no good to put in a lot of strictures that reduce employment opportunities. We want to increase employment opportunities. So, and of course, Jack said it very eloquently. We have a long list of things that we want to accomplish by November. And housing, this whole issue around housing and rent and the apartments for, that are for rent.
Short-term, yeah.
Short-term rentals. So let's take our time and do it right and get the participation. And again, I don't think we're talking about any more than 10 or 15 corporations.
I agree. I think that we probably
Open
can
up
predict
the
who they are.
dialogue, right.
But I think that it's best to have something to respond to. And so a draft ordinance is, whenever we send something out in draft form anyway, everyone panics, right? And but in a way, it's good because then everyone comes to City Hall, right? That's our opportunity to discuss it. So I think that staff has a framework, and that to have a study session that has a draft ordinance in front of us feels like a good step.
I think you're accurate on that. And I hope Charlie was speaking the truth when he said he's going to make this very clear-cut, very simple, very understanding, not levels and levels and levels of encouraging bureaucratic action.
Well, now you are, Charlie.
And I think that the young Miss Lynn from eBase made the same comment. This is not San Francisco. Mm-hmm. We have got to clarify and make a very straightforward, easy to administer set of rules.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I've gone on record saying that I wanted to pursue the development of such an ordinance. One thing I did want to note with the clopening scenarios, that's a scenario that personally touches me because at the very beginning of my career, when I was 20 years old, I had a production assistant job in the entertainment industry, and I was the person who was, it was called first in, last out. So I'd be on set at 6 a.m. and I would drive away from set at midnight, and I wouldn't be done. I'd have to drive to the laboratory to get the film developed. And that was fine because after that job, I was promoted. And then I was promoted again when I showed that same flexibility. And what we're seeing with our workers here in Emeryville is that they're giving up this flexibility and they're not getting anything in return. So I was able to climb my career ladder in the entertainment industry based on those sacrifices that I made, and from the workers that I've talked to, they're not seeing that benefit. In fact, they're just being asked to absorb. They're tough times for business for sure, but it's when it comes to scheduling, it's being borne on the workers' backs, unfortunately. So yes, number one for me. In terms of components, I think I like the idea of a draft ordinance coming forward so we can have that conversation and see exactly what's right for Emeryville. From the very beginning, I've been interested in getting the input from not only the workers, but the residents of Emeryville and the business community as well, because I think what I've been hearing on the dais is that we're certainly not trying to target small businesses. We're not trying to target restaurants. We are trying to catch the bad actors and capture as many of them as possible who are able to not have a great impact to their bottom line, and yet still have some fair scheduling practices. What else? Let's see. Going on to So that captures number 3. The proposed process is fine with me. I just want to ask my colleagues, so are we all okay with an August meeting, or we should clarify that amongst ourselves?
If we want to accomplish what we have
to.
set out to do,
Yeah, we have a
we
lot
have
to
to
do.
meet in August.
Okay,
So
but wait,
should we hit a
I
specific
scheduled
date?
my fishing trip.
That's what I was going to say. Are you going to Chile, or
No, but I'm in the Bob Marshall Wilderness.
When are you in the Bob Marshall Wilderness?
The first or the third
August,
Tuesday?
beginning of August.
Okay, so we could meet the third.
The third, then.
Tuesday.
Okay, third Tuesday's fine with me.
The 16th? Okay, so I will plan my vacation for the first 2 weeks of August.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm never going anywhere.
So the 16th, the staff have that?
Do we have to call it a special meeting or a regular meeting of the city council?
This would be a special meeting of the city council.
Special catch-up meeting. of the
And
city
you know
council.
what? I would like it to not just deal with this issue,
Yeah,
but
whatever we need to.
just our regular warrants or just our regular stuff, so that we don't have killer agendas
Yeah.
in July and September where we're just like going to all hours because we haven't met in a month. So let's just make it like a regular meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
And then in terms of relative priority, I've also gone on record saying this is my highest priority because I'm going to be here past November. So I promise that if there's anything hanging, I will see it through on behalf of my colleagues to the best of my ability. There's a couple other points I wanted to address. I think that the component of this, the community outreach and the getting input from all the stakeholders is really important to me. We hear loud and clear that a lot of folks felt that the minimum wage was happened quickly, and that is the opposite of my intention. I definitely want to hear from the businesses. I want to hear specifically what the burdens and impacts are, and I think we should have those community meetings and talk it through and have everyone at the table.
Mayor Martinez,
yes.
On that point, so what I'm hearing from the council is that they would like to have at the special meeting in August, you would like to have a draft ordinance for your consideration.
It was supposed to be a study session, right?
Yes, it would be a study session.
But with the draft
you'd have a
language coming
ordinance there,
forward.
right.
Yes.
So regarding community input or community discussion, would the council like to have, sometimes we do workshops, informal workshops, that sort of thing.
I think workshops would be appropriate.
So would the council like to see some sort of workshop happen prior to that August meeting in order to inform the draft ordinance that staff would prepare, or would you rather see staff prepare an ordinance based on the input that I think we're getting from you now, and then get your feedback and then do the community input? I'm trying to understand.
I'd like to outreach to the community as much as possible. So if there's time to do not just one but 2 workshops, and they can happen in the same week, but the problem with the workers is they don't know when they're working. So if we need to provide them with opportunity to give input, and if there's also an online submission as an opportunity for folks to weigh in, especially if there are specific questions to be asked. Is everyone okay with that?
I'd also like Jennifer Nettle from Bay Street to help get people to the workshop too.
With enough notice.
Yeah.
Well, and let's not forget, we want to identify as early in the process as possible who is going to come on under this ordinance.
Yeah.
And that would be very helpful if we could get that piece of information back to the council so that we have an idea where the impacts are going to be and notify these people early on. This is going on. If you want to be in the game, you better show up. But we need to identify who is going to be affected by this.
If I could just speak to that point.
Yep.
I've heard some kind of alternatives for who would be included.
Yeah, we don't know yet for sure.
It sounds like what I'm hearing is 55 or more employees in Emeryville and not restaurants, but there could be
I think we should look at that.
Yeah, but do we include, for example, franchisees of chain stores or not, and so forth? So it
As a separate category.
It'd be kind of hard for us to nail down exactly who and how many will be affected until we know exactly what the criteria are. But
You're going to have to cast the net wider at first, I think.
Yeah, we could come up with, several
Have a
different
segment with the
options of criteria and tell you how many would fall under each of those options or something like that.
When can you get that for us, Charlie?
Well, we would get it for you by the study session. We would report that to you at the study session in August.
No. When's the study session? That's going to be till what, July?
August.
August.
16th.
No, I personally would like to have it before August.
The definition?
No, the definition, but just an idea of
who it
who's
would
going to be
affect, like
impacted.
a list. Nora's looking for a
That should
list.
inform our decision.
Okay, that could be pretty quick if you just take the San Francisco idea of franchisee, which they have to own, I think, more than 2 or 3 units of that, whatever it is.
You can come up with some different options for definitions of who would be included and try to estimate how many establishments that would involve. I don't know how long that will take, but we could get it to you before the August meeting.
Could I invite Sarah Crow to come up and just talk, because I know you mentioned when you came up for public comment that you were involved in getting the San Francisco ordinances online. Yeah. Could you talk a little bit about how they came upon their formula for capturing, or their definition for formula retail, and where that's good and where that's bad, how that's shaking out?
Sure. I'll try to answer your question as best I can, Mayor. They, like you all, began with some definitions that they already had on the book. So formula retail is a definition that they use for other things within their administration and their purview. And then they altered it during the course of the negotiations based on some reality checks where they realized that this definition would include certain small businesses that they wanted to carve out. And so it's not like a perfect, clear set definition that exists in other parts of their law and rulemaking, but it was a definition that evolved through some political decisions. I can't speak perfectly to how it's working. The Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement does a great job reaching out to businesses and provides trainings, and they can provide some input. But I think in an ideal world, as Jennifer Lynn laid out before, I think the simpler you make these rules, the easier it is in terms of enforcement and making it understandable for the community.
Okay, thank you. So there's one other comment I did want to make. I did want to just call out that, and Councilmember Asher also noted that we received a public comment from the Oakland Indie Alliance, and I think I agree that a sales tax give back is something that I'm interested in doing as well, and exploring. And I think I forwarded you their email as well, Chad. So I hope we can start looking at that, as well as, Marilyn, you brought up the fact that we haven't been able to do anything just yet. I don't know if you've met Chad yet. You should introduce yourself. But we are going to get him busy on seeing what we can do to improve things for our small businesses. I definitely think that's something that needs to go hand in hand with moving forward with any discussions of fair scheduling.
Yeah.
So with that, does staff feel that they have adequate direction?
Could I just ask for some clarification then, because the priorities are now reordered. So the Fair Work Week would take precedent over medical marijuana study, over tenant protections.
I don't support that.
Should we?
I don't support that.
Okay, that's what I'm getting, though. Should we vote on each one, or?
Wait, some of these are already, something that's coming to us, for example, on June 7th, how much work has been done on it?
There would be some work done, but then it would, probably we would either strike it from coming forward because we would not be completing the task. We'd be doing another study session, and then it would lay dormant.
But we've added another meeting to our summer calendar just now, right?
Yeah.
By the addition of August. And at least for me, the small business assistance is something that now that we have Chad on board, hi again, Chad, everyone's that he's going to be, and other folks are going to be working on. Scheduling the joint meeting is something that's pending. I don't know how much work has been done, but I think that
none.
Right. Okay. So why wouldn't we be able to do through August medical marijuana, tenant protections and short-term rentals, and then the first study session with the Fair Work Week?
So
I'm fine with everything else getting pushed.
Medical marijuana is something that I think I'm envisioning that this particular ordinance would probably require several offices. The community development folks, Chad, our office, the city clerk,
city attorney.
The city attorney.
I would also like to advocate, that for bringing on a consultant to help with fair scheduling. If this, it's a big job. It's a big thing to pull together. I completely understand it's going to touch all of these departments that you're discussing. But if there's any way to offset that work with a point person, I'm in favor of that.
And I'd be supportive of
certainly
that.
Do
too.
that.
Yeah.
We'll certainly do that. The public outreach. And I guess one question that I have is, the issue came up about evaluating the minimum wage ordinance. That is a very major undertaking that, in terms of determining the design of that, we have not determined yet. It's going to be difficult because, so what I'm saying is that if I believe that if this is the top priority, these other items, to the extent that it will be necessary, will be, as long as we know that they will be moved aside and that these other items would be rescheduled. And we certainly will look into hiring a consultant. But this will be a kind of a multifaceted kind of study that will involve several departments, several staff members, and you want it done, fairly quickly. So I think it's a very intensive effort.
Yeah.
So the things like tenant protections would be okay to move down. Short-term rentals, small business assistance, sign regulations. I already heard something about that.
I don't think we should move them down. I believe we should continue to have them on June 21st and June 7th. And I believe that we should look at a draft ordinance in August. I think we have a framework and we're getting feedback and we're studying it. The things that have been on the agenda for a long time with housing, they've been there and we've been working, there has been work done already on these.
There
right?
definitely is on many of them.
Right. So for the 21st and the 7th, I see no need to push those things that are essentially in 3 weeks, right? There should be significant amount of work done. The agenda should be almost ready to go out on those. And so what we're asking for in terms of this new item, we've already added another meeting, right? It's going to be something that we study, right? Something that we bring the public in to talk about. And also I think adding staff support in terms of a consultant will help us get there. In the meantime, we do have space to check in because we only missed one meeting in July. So we'll be able to talk about in terms of workflow, how things are going with it. But my strong preference is we do not move the housing. It stays where it is.
Yeah, we we have to keep moving on the housing. I don't know if one lawyer wants to take the housing and another one of our lawyers takes fair work. How you divide up your work, but
I will say that as the flag carrier for medical marijuana, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
However you had it on your schedule, I will be here after November to keep it going.
Would there, let me ask you on this item, Fair Work Week, could we get a consensus on something like a drop dead date? Would the study session in August with a proposed ordinance, is that kind of a good deadline for a proposed ordinance, with the idea that is there a time when passage would be really important to occur?
Before the 1st of November.
Okay, that helps, because then we'll just work our way backwards.
Okay. Are we good?
Charlie, did you have other questions?
No, I think we've gotten pretty clear direction.
I want to thank you, Charlie, for putting together the staff report
Yes,
and
thank you, Charlie.
getting the ball rolling in this.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for everyone for coming, taking part
We'll
of
see
your
you
day.
back again.
Your time is valuable, and we appreciate it. And we will see you again. And now we're moving on to our other study session item, which is the AC Transit Major Corridor Study. Okay. Hi, Diana.
Hi. So let's see. So I'm Diana Kina, and I work for Charlie, and I'm just here to introduce Jim Conradi, the Transportation Planning Manager at AC Transit, to discuss the longer-term plan for major corridors at AC Transit, including 40th Street, Shellmount Street, and San Pablo Avenue.
Thank you for your patience tonight.
It's okay. You've got a lot on your plate. And I don't consider this last-minute rescheduling either. So thank you, Diana, and thank you, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. So a little bit about AC Transit. If you don't, you probably know us, but maybe not very well. We go from El Sobrante to Fremont. We carry 200,000 people a day. We have over 100 bus routes, but our ridership is heavily concentrated on about 10. So 10 of those carry half the ridership, or 100,000 people. Most of those people are centered on Berkeley, Emeryville, Oakland, which is part of why we want to study all of our major bus routes and figure out long-term plans as well as short-term plans to improve the rider experience, encourage people to ride transit, to try it out. And as you can see on the map, there's a big bowl of spaghetti right next to the word Emeryville, which I think is our way of saying that there's a lot of opportunities in and around Emeryville to make better transit for everyone. So by way of context, the Bay Area's population, or excuse me, the Bay AC Transit service area, basically between the Bay and the Hills, has almost 1.5 million people in it, and it's expected to grow to 1.8 million in the next 25 years. Jobs too, there's been a phenomenal growth of jobs in the East Bay, and we could be up to over 800,000 jobs by 2040. So what this has meant is that for us as an agency, it's sort of it's an existential question that we could be twice as big in 25 years. And if the last 2 years are anything like it, it's going to be a lot more difficult, because our average speed of buses has dropped by 5% in the last 2 years. So I think we're somewhere between 10 and 11 miles an hour not a desirable speed for anyone who has commitments such as childcare or trying to balance work and life. So we have 3 different strategies that we want to propose for different corridors. The first is enhanced, we call it enhanced bus. It's kind of a modest proposal. It basically tries to fix traffic signals, moving bus stops around, fixing sidewalks, making better bus stops in the hope of speeding up the bus. A second level or a higher level investment is what we're calling rapid bus. So it takes all of the elements of enhanced bus, and then it adds specially marked buses with their own branding, better shelters. It has an express or semi-express service that is laid on top of the local bus service. And then we add other things such as potentially what are called queue jump lanes or short little bus lanes to get around congestion. And we're going to propose, this is not currently the way we operate, but we want to have it so that under this option, riders can board every door using a Clipper card, so they don't have to queue up at the door and feed their dollars into the fare box. At the highest level, we're looking at bus rapid transit. Some of you may know about it. It's basically in practice throughout Latin America, in Europe, the African continent, as well as Canada and several US cities. So there's over 100 of these systems worldwide, and we are now under construction for our first one on International Boulevard. Just broke ground recently. So thank you. And it should be open and ready for business in December of 2017. So Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT, has several features that tries to mimic light rail in order to get sort of a good time advantage and also create a better experience for riders. So the first thing is level boarding platform. So instead of a sidewalk, it has a platform, a dedicated passenger platform that is level with the floor of the bus. So in the best case, you can roll a wheelchair basically from the platform to the bus without a ramp. You can easily roll a bicycle onto the bus. So bikes would be stored on the bus. We have optimized station locations, so we try to put them where there's real centers of activity. 40th and San Pablo would be a good example of that, kind of right in the thick of things. We have prepaid ticketing so that people pay on the platform. They don't pay on the bus, so the bus just loads and goes. And then, as a larger element of the project, we do streetscape improvements, basically trying to create a complete street framework, but using the BRT as sort of the linchpin of it all. And the reason is that right now we've got about 90% of our riders that access the system on foot, and we want to encourage that further by doing appropriate streetscape improvements. Finally, we want to move to cleaner and greener buses. The BRT on International will have hybrid buses, but we want to move towards zero emission buses, either battery electric or fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell buses. So the main feature is item G, which is bus-only lanes. So it would have extensive bus-only lanes to really improve the speed and reliability of the transit, so people can rely on it for more trips. So this is all of the corridors we're looking at, this table. The bold are ones that affect Emeryville in some way or another. So the corridors on the left, the short-term improvements are things that we think that if we get the money, we could do it very quickly, so within 5 years. Long term, we hope it doesn't take until 2040, but we think to do all of them might actually take a full 25 years to do. So San Pablo Avenue and then in Richmond, McDonald Avenue. We want to do rapid bus upgrades, so take the 72 Rapid, which is out there today. test out the all-door clipperboarding, and then upgrade traffic signals and this transit priority system. So moving from sort of a system that's 15 years old to a new modern system. Adeline Street, this was pointed out to us by the Alameda County Transportation Commission as a potential large travel market, so we're looking at it as bus rapid transit long term. Near term, we want to look at some operational improvements. So for the F line, we're finding that a lot of people get off in Emeryville. They don't go all the way to the city, so a potential idea there would be to have a local bus as well as the Transbay bus operating on the same street. International Boulevard, East 14th, the Alameda CTC also identified strong markets from downtown Oakland to Emeryville. In particular, the area around the Emeryville Public Market. So we want to extend that project into Emeryville, potentially using Grand and Mandela. And then finally, MacArthur, Grand, and 40th Street, we're looking at BRT long-term, predominantly on 40th Street and Shell Mound. I'll show you maps, so maybe it'll help orient a little bit better. So all of the corridors, when we do BRT, we get very high ridership, except Adeline, which doesn't get high ridership, and we're investigating to see what's happening. We do use these regional models, so they're buggy and difficult to work with, but we are investigating that. We investigated light rail to see where it would work. We found one corridor where it could work for ridership and space requirements, and that's Telegraph Avenue. But it is prohibitively expensive, on the order of $1 billion. So we think as an agency that we're going to have to defer on something like light rail. So for the short run, we think we can do enhanced bus strategy almost everywhere. There's dedicated sources of funding available from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, so we think we can do a lot of these projects. And these also benefit traffic by having better traffic signal. So these are the corridors. This is San Pablo Avenue. So when we put in bus rapid, well, let me just run through the numbers a little bit. So it has almost 15,000 daily riders today, so that's very strong by Bay Area standards. By 2040, it's expected to grow by up to 27,000 people, primarily because of the job and housing growth in that corridor close to San Pablo Avenue. If we put in BRT, meaning a high-quality transit service, we expect we can grow the ridership to 43,000 people. The downside is to build it all the way from downtown Oakland up to the Richmond Parkway Transit Center would cost almost $500 million to do that. Adeline Street, it's currently got about 3,100 people that ride the F bus every day. By 2040, it's expected to grow to 4,200, and with BRT to 6,400, or more than double today's ridership. The MacArthur Boulevard corridor is sort of an oddball corridor. It actually has different tails to it. So that one tail goes down Grand and then gets on the freeway, or onto the Bay Bridge, excuse me. The other tail goes down 40th Street and then comes into Emeryville. So we are, with our next service expansion plan, we are going to extend the 40 from San Pablo and 40th Street to the Emeryville Public Market. And we think if a BRT is built on 40th Street, that it should also go to the public market as well. Those of you who know the other part, the outer part of this corridor, the MacArthur corridor, it's very challenging because the road was basically chopped up when they built the freeway, sort of like chopping up a snake. You can't put it back together and have a live snake. So MacArthur Boulevard is a challenge to get dedicated lanes or any kind of improvements whatsoever. But we think we can do enough to make a difference, and we want to investigate that further. And then International Boulevard East 14th, we want to do 2 extensions, one in the south to Bayfair Shopping Center and Bayfair BART, and then north using Grand and Mandela to come into Emeryville. So those are all the ones that touch on Emeryville. Right now we're talking with basically anyone who will listen to us. Stakeholders, so the city council, community groups, environmental groups, and so forth. And then we're going to have a final report in 2016, which we hope our board will adopt. And then after that, the corridor or corridors that seem to have the most momentum, public support, or the most potential benefit, I think those we would like to see go forward into environmental design. Okay. That's
clarifying questions.
What would it take to consider Trans-Bay routes as corridors?
Not much.
Okay.
Some of them, they're sort of like hybrids in our little AC Transit scheme, the way we do things, but they would be buses that would run in as a BRT or an enhanced bus or a rapid bus, one of those categories, and then at some point it gets on the freeway and it becomes a Trans-Bay bus. So the NL on MacArthur does that, and the F bus does that as well. So it's not unheard of. A lot of those are the old key system lines and key system letters that were buses that went, they basically did exactly that on the street, and they went Trans-Bay.
And then Hollis Street, although it's close by your standards to San Pablo, is actually kind of an arterial and a corridor in our own right here, and that would connect. And so is there any, I guess there's some local routes that might bring a bus back onto Hollis and go into West Berkeley, but that's outside this study, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to get confused because we have a lot going on. So what you're talking about is the service expansion plan. So that's where we're trying to restore stuff that were services that were cut in the Great Recession, but do it in a way that is cost effective. So a lot of the poor performing routes were cut back in 2010, and we're trying to restore service, basically creating a frequent grid of 15-minute service. And that's where new service in Emeryville will first show up.
Because I think North Emeryville really isn't served by what I've seen here tonight.
Right, that's, I think, a fair statement, yeah.
Yeah, I have a question, Diane.
Yes.
I see that you have a bus on San Pablo Avenue. Now, it was my understanding that there already is a rapid bus on San Pablo Avenue, and a lot of money was dumped into it, and a lot of planning went into it. Did AC Transit learn anything from that experience? It's still running, right? The 57M?
Yes, it's still running. It still works.
It's popular.
Yeah, and it is popular. That's true. Thank you.
Well, did we gain any experience from what happened in San Pablo Avenue to use on these other arterials?
Yeah, we did. I mean, San Pablo Avenue was the first one that was done in the Bay Area. So it was opened in 2003. So it's the most experience that this region has with a rapid bus format. We sort of modeled that on what Los Angeles was doing with their Metro Rapid. So what we've learned is that the technology for traffic signals and for the bus communication with the signals is advancing. And as a first step, we would like to bring that up to speed. So right now, it's a very buggy kind of system. It uses infrared. This might be technical, but it sends an infrared signal, and it's actually much better to use a GPS unit, on the bus and on the traffic signal. So that way, buses, even emergency vehicles can use a GPS to activate the signals to get priority or preemption for emergency vehicles.
It's going to be a very lucrative corridor because the density of housing along there, it's just like mushrooms popping up. So hopefully there'll be bus riders.
A lot more housing.
We think so. I mean, all of these corridors were selected because they were priority development areas, and San Pablo is one of the major ones.
Right.
So this is where the region, or collectively the East Bay cities, have decided to concentrate housing and to a lesser extent jobs, but the outcome is that there's going to be a lot more demand for public transit.
I have a question about Emeryville in particular. It has a old key system route underneath the railroad tracks just south of Target. And I've heard from the Arup Engineering, who's been studying for how do we increase flow back and forth to San Francisco. Should we build a separate BART tube, or what if we were to make some kind of priority to buses going across the bridge? And pretty much the conclusion is that buses will be going across the bridge with priority lanes, and this part of Emeryville could become a pass-through to save a lot of bus time. And I'm kind of surprised you're not talking about that for our little city, because that could really affect our planning and our orientation for some of our streets in our joint, our JPA agreement with Oakland in our shopping center just south of here.
Right. So this issue is being addressed by Metropolitan Transportation Commission in a study called the Core Capacity Study, and this is trying to address it's kind of everyone's problem now, in that the bridge is completely jammed, all the approaches are jammed, and BART is at capacity. And the prospect of a second BART tube, is far in the future, so MTC is asking all agencies to team together to put together packages of projects that can address this kind of problem of regional significance. And it affects East Bay residents' access to jobs in San Francisco. The growth in San Francisco jobs, I think, is 10 times the rate of growth in Oakland. So the problem is only getting worse. So one of the things we're looking at is there is an old key system tunnel that's used for truck access to East Bay MUD's property. So we're looking at, it's one of the many things being considered to have sort of use the tunnel and then have a flyover to bring buses directly onto the bridge. So buses that come from Emeryville or West Oakland could use that, be diverted, for instance, off Grand, or take this diversion to have direct access to the bridge. Currently, they have to kind of fight their way with the rest of traffic and with carpools. So that's one thing that we're looking at. Another is just extending the West Grand HOV ramp. So we're talking with Caltrans and MTC about lengthening that ramp so that buses can at least get a leg up and get to the toll plaza in a timely manner. Because right now they have to wait until that carpool lane clears out and the other lanes clear out before they can get to it. So we're looking at a lot of things. I think the bus tunnel is, I think, it's not radical in that it was used for transit in the past, but it is kind of radical in that who knew there was a tunnel at East Bay MUD? I mean, I didn't know until a couple months ago. Yeah.
Then one last, what's the speed difference between the rapid San Pablo bus versus, say, the 72M or the 72?
It's about 3 or 4 miles per hour difference, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up to big money, and it means we also suffer from reliability issues. So the local buses are around, I think they're slightly under 10 miles an hour now in San Pablo, average speed. That includes stops.
That's bicycle speed.
Yeah, it is bicycle speed. A healthy bicyclist, yeah. Yeah, and then the local buses are, the rapid buses, it's around 12 to 13 miles per hour. So, and it gets stuck too. So basically they all get stuck in traffic. And In San Pablo, it's like not all of our routes that we're considering are as heavily hit by traffic as San Pablo. It really is the freeway reliever route of choice, so a lot of traffic floods onto it, especially in the afternoons.
I just wanted to say, Nora, that we should have East Bay pride because Muni's average bus speed is 7 miles an hour.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But they got hills.
If we don't have any further clarifying questions, I'd like to open it up for the public. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak?
Andre over there.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bobby Lee. Just wanted to, first off, thank AC Transit for hosting a great workshop with the ACTC Open House about a month and a half, 2 months ago. It was very eye-opening, and I'm excited for the opportunity for our city through a lot of the technology and opportunities that are being pursued here. But I also want to remind the council about the ongoing traffic issues that are happening. I know one of the diagrams at the open house, it showed one lane of travel being taken out on 40th for bus rapid transit. And although this is a 2040 vision, as you know now, it is difficult to drive down 40th on evenings and weekends, for example. So I would hope that the council keeps that in mind as we discuss future improvements. And I also wonder, it seems like the F and the J near-term changes have been shelved, and it seems like there's kind of this mismatch between what's going on with the major corridor study and what's going on with the future plans for the F and the J. So I wonder if AC Transit could provide some sort of timeline or clarification about whether there are changes or whether there will be proposed changes coming down a pipeline for the immediate term for the F versus kind of medium and longer term in the major corridor study. And also, I wanted to mention that there's an assembly bill that just passed through the State Assembly, AB 1746, that would allow AC Transit buses to drive on the shoulder of the freeway. So, in bringing up the issue of speeding up buses getting on the bridge, that passed unanimously in the State Assembly. It's sitting in the Senate right now. And I wonder if that were to pass, how quickly that could be implemented by AC Transit to allow Transway buses to travel on the shoulder to speed up bus travel times. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can speak to that question.
Good.
Okay. So that only relates to highways, and Caltrans has to decide whether there's a lot of issues around that because shoulders are not constructed to have the same kind of weight that a regular highway lane has. So it's really up to Caltrans's discretion about what stretches of highway can the shoulders be used for that purpose. It wouldn't affect local roads.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carpio?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is André Carpio, and I happen to manufacture and own solar car. And I haven't heard a single word here about solar cell installed in those buses. And those buses have a large area. So solar cell, even if you take the minimum efficiency, could generate as much as 4,000 watts. And 4,000 watts is about what a bus will take as a utility to manage the comfort. Instead of open the window, we could run air conditioning. So that's one aspect. Second is that I am aware of the bar tube. The present bar tube has been reinforced with all steel panel inside. They've been welded. That was last year about my inquiry. And there is a new bar tube going to be built, larger, to handle more traffic and possibly trucks. So the third question, the third aspect I have is that it seems that AC Transit wants the monopoly in transportation, and this is wrong. because in between the rush hour when those buses are full, in between we have very bad timing and the buses are empty. So instead of doing that, there is a surplus of driver and small van, 9 to 11 people, in which they could ask for subsidy or be subsidized by AC Transit to run the route and to run area where there is not much popularity. And instead of having a bus every hour, those shuttle, privately owned and privately operated like a Uber, could take place and facilitate the transportation if we are looking at something that would serve the people. And so far, there is no flexibility on that. AC Transit just, are not going to negotiate, and they don't want to hear anything about it because they just want the business. And when the business is bad, then they ask more subsidy. And this is about politics, about the financial revenue of any operation. They have to accept other help, either from their system or from outside the system. Thank you.
Thank you. So, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
I had another question.
Good. Yep. Let's have a
Is
discussion.
AC Transit studying automated bus driving, meaning that in theory, in the future, there will be no drivers because machine decisions will be less accident prone than us mortal humans?
So not exactly, although we've worked with UC Berkeley on a system. It's not an autonomous system, but it's a guided system that uses magnets in the pavement. And we tested it in San Leandro, and there's actually on the San Mateo Bridge, there's magnets there. You could even see them from Google Earth, little dots in the HOV lane. So the magnets, you have a magnetometer on the bus which steers the bus. So basically you can keep it in a lane, keep it in a narrower lane, make tight turns, but there still requires an operator. You can also regulate like acceleration braking so that it's more train-like, so you're not jostled about as the bus is coming in. So we've done studies. We work with the Federal Transit Administration and the people at California PATH, the Partnership for Advanced Highways and Transit and Highways, PATH. So yes, we have looked at it. To answer the one question about the F&J, so it is tabled. We're not doing anything with the F&J for the time being. So.
Thank you. I was going to ask you about that as well. And then kind of along those lines that Scott brought up, do you do traffic projections into 2040? And do you account for autonomous single passenger or personal vehicles?
Well, we're doing our study in close cooperation with the Alameda County Transportation Commission. They're doing a countywide transit plan as well as some other modal plans, and they've examined some of it right now. So the autonomous vehicles what impact they have is kind of speculative. So there's thinking that, well, you can be more efficient. You can be up to 20% more efficient in your street. You can get 20% more cars through. You may need less parking because the car can go off and park itself.
Lane, or it can park and drive someone else.
Yes, and
charge
then
itself.
Someone just today told me about something called Uber Eats. I don't know about this, but like you can have an autonomous car delivering your food. So we may have a thing where you've got 3 times as many cars. So we don't actually know the direction that autonomous vehicles will take us. We dipped our toe in the water with UC Berkeley's research, but I don't think we're ready to make the leap yet, although they have autonomous trains in many places. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, I think it would be helpful if we were dedicating lanes to BRT to be able to save that parking. So I'm an optimist and a futurist, so I'm thinking we're going to have room for bikes, BRT, and some cars.
I think we view it the same way.
Is there any more comments for AC Transit? Well, thank you so much, and I hope you keep us updated. I'm definitely going to be interested in traffic studies going forward, and I can always ask Ruth until as you serve on ACTC, excuse me. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So that concludes the study session portion of our evening. We are moving on to the blue agenda. This is the City of Emeryville as successor agency to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency. The time is 8:10 p.m. Calling this meeting to order, and please note we are all still here. Is there anyone who wishes to speak at public comment for issues that pertain to the successor agency? Mr. Carpio?
Again, I'm going to address the issue of justice here. And I know you all made a resolution not to review the case of Steve Wesley, but I'll hang on into that. And this is because, in my knowledge, everybody that has been dismissed fairly or unfairly, the impact into their life, in their livelihood, has been tremendous. And that's because the fact that they have been dismissed. It's you call it fire, but wrongful termination, whatever. And I come back again to Steve Wesley, because when Steve Wesley was dismissed, regardless of the charge, the committee that was part of it was not, some member was not even nominated official, or they were just not elected official. They just jump on the bandwagon to blame the guy for whatever he did. And the man never had a hearing. I'm just insisting, he never had a hearing. He never had a hearing, and this is disgusting. And I'm going, this is bad. You know, you have to look into it. And the man has been, from what I understand, without a job ever since. And this is a hard punishment. You see, I don't know if he's homeless or not, but you have to be real careful when you do that. And I know Mr. Davis is cold-blooded as far as job is concerned. They fire people like that. Just, it doesn't matter anything to this. And it's a bad example for the rest of you, you see. And I'm really unhappy with that type of behavior, saying that I do what I want because I'm immune from the system, and if something happens, then the legal department will take care of it, you know, and this is bad. So I'm asking you, and I'm being polite now, I'm asking you to review the case of Steve Wesley. Black job matters. It matters very well, and it matters in a case of Leslie Bailey. She was also screwed by the city council at that time. I do remember everything well, because I assisted at all the meetings, and this is disgusting. I don't like it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at public comment?
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion from Member Davis, a second from Member Asher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Noes? Abstentions? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. So anyone need a recess? Okay, we're moving through. We're on the green agenda. This is the regular city council meeting. It is not 7:16 p.m. It is 8:14 p.m. And please note, we are all still here. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we've got one special order of the day. It's a proclamation. This is a proclamation for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month 2016. Whereas in the movement toward equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT people, a historic turning point occurred on June 28, 1969 in New York City with the onset of the Stonewall riots, where LGBT citizens rose up and resisted police harassment that arose out of discrimination. And whereas in the 4 decades since, civil rights for LGBT people have grown substantially, and LGBT pride celebrations have taken place around the country every June to commemorate the Stonewall riots, and whereas more LGBT citizens are living their lives openly with pride than ever before, and whereas the City of Emeryville is dedicated to fostering acceptance and preventing discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, and whereas from business leaders and professors to athletes and entertainers, LGBT individuals have achieved success and prominence in our society, and whereas our nation draws its strength from that diversity, with each American contributing to the greater whole, and whereas by affirming these rights and values, we as a nation will benefit from the further advancement of liberty and justice for all, and whereas the purpose of this commemorative month is to recognize and educate the future impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals have had on history locally, nationally, and internationally. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Diane Martinez, Mayor of Emeryville, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Emeryville, do hereby proclaim June 2016 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month in the City of Emeryville, proclaimed the 17th day of May 2016 by the Mayor of the City of Emeryville. And in addition to that, I would like to propose to my colleagues that we fly a pride flag in the month of June. Any objections?
I think that's a great idea.
Can we do that?
We have them.
Yep, we have one, right? From last year. Okay. Moving on, are there any public comments on either consent items or items not on the agenda? Okay, that's a no. Is there a city manager's report?
None this evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move the consent calendar, but I would like to pull items 6.1, 6.3.
6.1 and 6.
But I'd like to move the rest of the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion from Davis and a second from Asher to move the consent calendar except for items 6.1 and 6.3.
Before we vote on that, I just want to make a comment. I'm not pulling it, but
sure.
But all of the items related to the senior center renovation. I just want to comment that this is a project that's like really snowballing, and it's an issue when we have old buildings that once we start to open them up to see what we find, and we find a lot of unforeseen things. And so my question to you, Carolyn, is when do you think all the work will be complete and people can be back in there?
I could respond to that, if
Okay.
you don't mind. So we're planning on having the building back open in the beginning of June. About June 8th is
Okay.
what our target date is. And you're correct. It seems like there's been a lot of extras added to the contract. So the initial contract was 1.9 roughly million, of which 150 we had in contingency. So the original fixed price items was about 1.75 million. And so, but typically on older buildings, you're gonna have extra work on the contract. And usually for an older building, you'd think about 15% is the norm of added work to a contract. In our case, we're up to 23%. And so this job has really suffered from scope creep. There's certain things that, in retrospect, it would have been nice to have included in the design. But of course, if to include those items in the design, we would have had design fee increase because they weren't included in the scope of the original contract. And of course, if those items had been included in the original contract, the bid prices would have been higher. So if you could take that into consideration. But we're at a point now where we're at 23%. There's been some items that were really unforeseen, like we didn't know that the sanitary sewer was tied into the roof drains were tied into the sanitary sewer. And we didn't find that out until there was a failure of the the sump pump in the building, and we started investigating where everything was tying into. So that caused an extra $40,000 in drainage work. There were some other items like if we had done more testing of the roof, for example, everything was covered up. The architect made some assumptions, and without really doing further testing in the field and more data gathering and more time spent up front, you would never have known a lot of these things. So I agree. It's always satisfying to have a project that comes in within budget. This one's more than the norm because we're about 7% over the norm, but that's where we are on that project.
Yeah, Mayor Martinez, the reason I pulled this item is because this is a very treasured building to this community.
Prettiest.
And we were looking forward to this project. It has been a project that has been very disappointing from my perspective. Not just the overruns, but the fact that it has taken so long and it has caused so much disruption to the neighborhood on Salem Street. The workers have encroached in the right-of-way. It's just an example of a project that has really not gone well. And I would like the support of the council. I'm suggesting this because I think if we do an in-depth audit or analysis of this project, what steps did we take or what judgments did we make that led to some of these failures or some of these delays?
Yeah.
How can we avoid them in the future? We've got the art building coming up. We have the public works building coming up. These are old buildings. Lord knows what's underneath them.
Yeah.
I think it would be very helpful.
I agree,
to us
Nora.
in making future analysis and future support, and especially to our CIP. Let us get an independent evaluator or auditor to come in and take a look at this project, specifically trying to find out, not to bang anybody over the head, but to find out what opportunities we have for doing a better job next time.
I agree,
This is
Nora.
not acceptable.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it's had a ripple effect, not just with the senior center being shut down, but then shifting people over, shifting the seniors over to the rec center and then displacing the after-school program.
It just took too long. We've got to find out where we went wrong and how we correct the
And we're
mistake.
facing other projects like this where we're going to have to move programs around. ECDC needs a new roof, right? I mean, we have other projects that will have similar effects. So I agree. We need to figure out what went wrong and what we could do better.
Of the rest of the council.
Yeah, so I'm in support of that, and since we've discussed those two items, I'll have a substitute motion. I'll make a substitute motion to approve the whole consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Can I do that? If we had a motion and a second, can I introduce the substitute since we've?
Sure, but my understanding was that Councilmember Davis wanted to pull items 6.1.
It was actually
all
6.
the items referring to the senior center.
It was 6.6.1.
I see.
And I approve them,
I
but
see,
I wanted to make that statement.
Yeah, so can I make that substitute?
6.1 and 2.
I see. Okay. So you want to do
I
a
just wanted
substitute
to do
motion
everything.
to approve the
entire.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I
So-
second.
And we have a second.
Aye.
From Atkin. All those in favor? Noes, abstentions, motion carries, passes unanimously.
And where can we get in the minutes that we have all approved making an audit or an analysis
Did you
of
get
it?
that, Carolyn?
All right, very good.
I agree with that.
Okay, very good. So we're done with consent items. Now we're on to action items, and there are a lot of people in the room, and I want to honor your time, so I just want to take a read of everyone who is in here. If you wouldn't mind raising your hands in the audience if you are here for the art item 8.1. Who's here for the art item? Okay, I've got 2 folks here. For 8.2 CIP, this includes a dog park. Okay, there we go. 8.3, 8.4, Okay, and with some apologies to our folks who are here for the art item, I would like to, with the acquiescence of my colleagues, I'd like to move up the CIP. So 8.2, discussion regarding the city's 5-year capital improvement program. Maurice. And Susan.
Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, Susan and I are going to share the presentation on this, so I'm going to try to get it set up here real quick.
Tracy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight, Maurice and I will present the Capital Improvement Program. The CIP covers fiscal years 2017 through 2021. The CIP is an infrastructure funding plan. It focuses on long-term financial planning. The CIP reflects the vision and goals of the community. Over the years, the City Council has effectively used CIP plans to guide the development of infrastructure. These are the CIP priorities set by the City Council. This is a comprehensive list. These priorities are consistent with the city's mission to create infrastructure to support a vibrant community. Several of the priorities might apply to one project. Some key criteria are used to evaluate CIP projects. The goal is to allocate resources to projects that meet the community's goals and objectives. Projects that are considered high priority by the community, the City Council, and the advisory bodies are included in the CIP. Mandated projects, emergency projects, and improvement projects are also included in the CIP. The city uses restricted and unrestricted resources to fund capital projects. The restricted funds include impact fees and developer contributions, grants, special funds, and funds provided by the former redevelopment agency. The unrestricted resources include general fund contributions and surplus tax increment allocations to the capital fund and the housing programs. In June 2013, the City Council adopted a policy to allocate 75% of the surplus tax increment to the capital fund. This CIP reflects a proposed policy update to change the allocation from 75% to 50%. The 25% allocation will be given to the general fund to restore services. In exchange, the commercial property transfer tax will be committed for capital projects. As you know, capital projects are implemented over a period of time, and commercial property transfer tax is less predictable. The cash flow can be better managed by phasing capital projects as revenues are realized and available. So this change will give the general fund more stable revenue to support city services. There are several large projects in the CIP, such as the Bayfront Bridge project, the Transit Center, and the Arts Center. So it is important to set aside reserves to cover unexpected costs. We recommend setting up 2 reserves for the CIP. The first one is to establish an infrastructure reserve in the General Capital Fund for $5 million. This reserve can be used to cover unexpected capital costs. This reserve requires a one-time transfer from the general fund. The second recommendation is to establish an implementation reserve in the capital fund for $2.5 million. The reserve can be used to cover cost overruns during the implementation period. This reserve does not require a transfer from the general fund. And this concludes my presentation. Now I will turn over to Maurice to present the projects. Thank you.
I got it. Thank you, Susan. So before I start talking about the new projects, the upcoming projects in the CIP, I wanted to remind you that the current CIP, the existing CIP, has 80 projects in it. And we've completed quite a bit of them with our small staff. There's 15 projects that we've, there's 12 that we've completed, and then there's 3 that we have underway, and of about almost $12 million worth of work. And so we feel very proud about that. And we also have others in the mill right now, like the South Bayfront Bridge, that we've started working on. But for the proposed CIP, we've got 86 projects. 22 of them are new. So there's some that were there originally that we're continuing to work on, and we have 22 new ones. We're talking about a program over 5 years of about $115 million. For the first 2 years, the first year, the 16-17 fiscal year, we're going to be looking at $52 million in appropriations, and in the second year, $9 million in appropriations. Of the over 5-year period, we've got a funding plan for the 86 projects. There are 3 projects that are in that list that don't have 100% funding. Those 3 projects include the Christie housing site, and we don't have enough money at this point identified for the remediation of that site. Then there's a project we put in there for undergrounding overhead utilities in the North Hollis area. That project would be over $13 million. There's about $6 million, depending upon the size of the projects the city pursues. If we wanted to do it all, we estimated about $6 million in funding that we'd need to identify, but we could always scale the project back. And then, of course, the quiet zones we've been talking about for many years, that's about a $5 million project. We actually pushed that project out to the very last year and only funded about $250,000 to kind of re-energize the study that we did years ago. We have projects in various categories, and I'd like to remind you, I put a worksheet at the dais. It's an enlargement of the spreadsheet in your staff report, but we have various categories: community facilities, vehicles, transportation, streetscape, and so on. And this shows the breakdown percentage-wise in the various categories. So as this pie chart shows, there's 47% in community facilities, and you can see the wedge there for bicycle pedestrian at 4.49 million, which is 4% if you look at the categories. But if you actually add the South Bayfront Bridge, which is our biggest project, that's a $20 million project when you include the whole bridge and the Horton Landing Park. About 20% of all our funding is going towards bike ped, which is pretty good for, really makes us look good from a climate action standpoint that we're really targeting that kind of projects. What I'd like to do is go through some of the bigger projects in the list. Of course, we have 86 projects. I can answer questions about any of them, but I'm going to kind of identify the real big ones we're getting started with that make up that $56 million in appropriations. So we have the South Bayfront Bridge, $20.8 million, and we're moving that project forward right now. I've been dealing with the railroad. I'm getting good response with them. Their structures division in Omaha has approved the design, which is good news for us. And so they're trying to work within their local branches in Roseville to try to figure out what it's going to take for us to get the necessary easements and agreements with them. And once we get a letter from the railroad, we can move forward with our CPUC permit. And we're hoping to get some answers within the next week or two. The Transit Center is part of that $56 million project. Of course, we're not administering that project, but the money's coming. There's about $9.5 million coming through the city on that project. So that's a big part of the $56 million project appropriations. And then the Corporation Yard. That's a big project that we're undertaking. So what we're trying to do is move that project forward towards the end of this year. As you know, we entered into a contract with EKI to do the remediation part of that project. But this is in addition to that contract, and we're trying to coordinate the two. And hopefully we'd be beginning construction of the remediation towards the end of this year. The Hollis Street Fire Station, $2.3 million on that project. We're doing a design of an EOC upgrade to that building. We want to rework the floor plan in the EOC and make better space of that ground floor. And there's a little bit of seismic retrofit work that needs to be done to the apparatus bay so that we're certain that that building is going to be standing after an earthquake. And I should note on that one, there's some additional design work that we're looking at adding to the contract to try to minimize the additional work later on during construction. We have a project where we want to update all our old street lights. Some of these lights are 25 years or more in age, and they're fading. The poles are faded, and they're starting to look kind of shabby. And we also want to update them to do LED fixtures. And so we want to move that project forward this summer. And then, of course, the Arts Center. That's a big project for us. But for the first 2 years, we don't have as much funding appropriated. The big money would come in the third year. We have money identified for that project. But for this coming year, we want to do a feasibility study, hire a consultant to look at the building, figure out what we want to do on that site. We want to kind of take a look at the plans that we're already entitled to see if that's something we really want to pursue, or whether or not we want to start from ground zero or what. And then in the second year, once we figured out what we want to do, we could go through the entitlement process, go through the design effort, and then hopefully in the third year start building something there. The Emeryville Greenway, Stanford to Powell. We've been talking about this project for a number of years now. It's the next one on our plate to start packaging. It's $1.3 million. We have grant funds there. We want to make sure we spend that money before the grant funds expire. And then, of course, we have about $11 million in housing projects in fiscal 60. It's broken down into the various fiscal years. But that's a big chunk of the overall $115 million worth of projects. So we did bring the CIP to various committees, and we have some feedback we'd like to share with you. We did talk briefly about it during the prioritization at City Council, and we heard from Council that you really want to push forward on the South Bayfront Bridge. And the other project we heard from Council was lighting on Powell Street. We had talked a little bit about a project where the existing lighting is in need of we're starting to lose lights because they've rusted out at the base, and so we need to rush a project forward to replace the lighting system there. For the Planning Commission, they actually had recommendations to add 2 projects. They want to see a gateway on Powell Street at Christie, and they also wanted a project where we would paint the water tower, the private water tower on Powell Street, to promote civic identity. And their recommendation was to take $2 million in funding from some other projects. I don't know what we would do in that regard, but we could always add those 2 projects to the list in the outer years and try to identify funding sources in the outer years if that's what you desire to do. The Public Art Committee had recommendations that they wanted the city to implement all the CIP projects for the in the art category. They really want us to push forward the Rip Rap project at Point Emery so that we can implement that art project that was eventually go out there. And then they want us to move forward ASAP on the Art Center. The Economic Development Advisory Committee looked at the CIP. They didn't have any specific recommendations on the projects, but they did send us a letter identifying priorities, in particular maintenance of existing facilities, technology, and housing projects. The Public Works Committee didn't have any specific recommendations, or either did the Budget and Governments Committee. But the Budget and Governments Committee, one of the members didn't like the project we have on the list to construct a temporary police station at the rec center trailers. So that's something you might want to talk about tonight. And then, of course, the Housing Committee, they support implementing the housing projects that we've listed. They did want the city to consider adding more funding to one of the projects where we fund below market rate housing acquisition. Right now, I believe we have $400,000 a year in that fund, in that project, and they wanted the city to bump it up to $600,000. And that third recommendation was to create like a revolving fund for that purpose. So we're here tonight to hear any recommendations from City Council, answer your questions on any feedback on any of the projects.
Parks and Rec didn't have any?
Would they meet tomorrow? So we'll meet with them tomorrow and we'll talk about it. So that's scheduled for tomorrow night.
Okay.
And then so our next step is to hear back from Council. incorporate your recommendations, and then we're going to come back at the June meeting in City Council to adopt the CIP. And of course, we want to hear from the public. If there's any questions about any of the specific project, then I'm here to answer them. I know we have a big group here to talk about the dog park, and I can answer questions on that as well.
Clarifying questions?
Yeah. So when a new idea for new project comes forth, what's the process to actually get it on the matrix of new projects?
Well, typically, if I hear about the projects as we're developing the CIP, I add it to the list, and then we take a look at it. And if it seems like a reasonable project that is affordable and we have funding for, I propose it. If it's something we don't have funding for, then it's listed as unfunded, or but typically I if anybody asks,
there's really no filtering or vetting.
No.
It's just
this time around, I mean, in previous CIP adoptions, we've had public sessions where we put stickers on projects that we liked.
Exactly.
But this time we didn't go through that effort. We actually kind of rushed this through in about 3 months. In the past, it's taken us, the last time we did it was 6 to 8 month process. And then before that, we didn't do a CIP for almost 6 years because we were dealing with the dissolution and redevelopment. So this was a real rush job to put it together. All the projects have funding in it, so except for those 3 that I've identified. So if there's some other projects people want to hear, I mean, we could hear it tonight and see if we could add it. We're always open to that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just to clarify, the council obviously ultimately, I believe every other year or so, as part of the CIP process, updates and approves. Essentially, that's what we're here for this evening, is to get your approval on the CIP list. This time, when Maurice describes how we move this through rapidly, it is so that we have collaboration, coordination for the first time between the city's budget process and to incorporate the CIP, so that we're looking truly at the big picture. And the idea would be that from now on, the CIP would be at least updated, if not many times in between, but would be updated along with the 2-year budget process.
Any more clarifying questions? All right, let's open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item?
All the dog park people.
Yeah, please come forward.
Come on, now's your time. Yay, dogs.
You have 3 minutes.
Dogs.
How you doing? Yeah, I'll help you. It's a pretty woman.
First, I wanted to thank all my neighbors and readers of the Evil Eye and fellow dog advocates for turning out on a Tuesday evening. I also want to thank the 400 or so folks, I haven't checked it, but I'm up to 425.
They're still coming in. Yeah.
Who have signed the petition I started barely a week ago. So clearly there's a lot of support, for this Halleck Beach Dog Park, we're calling it. Several organizations have stepped forward, Park Avenue Residents Committee, WAN, West Oakland Neighbors, WOCA, PIDO, Emeryville, Oakland Target, we have a representative here, Oakland D3 council member Lynette Gibson, former council member Nancy Nadell, who owns the Oakland Chocolate Company, which is facing the proposed dog park. ODOG, we have a representative here, and also the neighboring businesses at the Beach Street area. So this is my dog, Her name's Fiona. Someone once referred to her as the ambassador of evil. Me and my wife rescued her about 6 years ago. We think she's about 8 now, which means we probably only have 4 years left with her, sadly. When I got her, she was neglected and sick, and we were able to nurse her back to health. People live in condominiums and apartments, which there are, of course, ample number of in Emeryville. We don't have the luxury of throwing our dogs in the backyard when they need to do their business. We have to take them for a walk several times a day. But a funny thing happens when you're forced to walk your neighborhood several times a day. Talk to people. Talk to your neighbors. I've met hundreds of my neighbors through Fiona. They don't know who I am, but they know who Fiona is. Dogs build community. They make our community safer. They are the eyes of this community. We owe it to them to advocate for them. I've seen when something is important to you five, you guys move mountains. This is important to residents. So I want to advocate that you make this something that's clearly a priority for residents, a priority for you. I also want to throw my support behind the Paleto Park and Greenway, adjacent to the Broken Rack. I first wrote about this project in 2012, when the city was supposed to break ground in spring of 2013. Most people I speak with, I ask people, what's the best thing about Emeryville? And the Greenway is like always in the top 3 of what people like best about the city. Just, you guys did a phenomenal job with that, and I would like to see it complete, starting with this segment. So I want to advocate that that be made a very high priority, along with the Halleck Beach Dog Park. Thank you.
Thank you, and if folks want to speak, just go ahead and line up, please.
Hi, my name's Vanessa Jeske, and I'm representing the Oakland Dog Owners Group. I am a resident of Oakland, but I work in Emeryville. I have for the last 8 years, just on 1500 Park, right near where this dog run will be. And I think I just wanted to draw some parallels between some of the other parks that the ODOG group has developed in Oakland and this proposed dog run, specifically the Mosswood Park. There, that was a blighted area, tons of illegal dumping, drug use, similar to this area in Emeryville. And by putting in the dog park there, it really curbs that and brings in community. And there's a lot of just peer pressure amongst the dog park users to just pick up trash and maintain the area. All of the Oakland dog parks that the ODOG has developed are maintained by the community. The only thing that the city does is if we need new chips, they bring them to us, and volunteers do all of that maintenance, and it's been going on for 15 years. And there's always people willing to do that. People really care about and are passionate about having places to take their dogs when they don't have yards, and so they take a lot of pride in that space. And this is a space that is neglected, and I think that the dog park, of course, will change that for the better. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi there, my name's Taylor. I'm the senior manager at the Target in Oakland Emeryville, and I'm here tonight basically just to show the Target's approval and support of the dog park. And then I also wanted to share a letter from my boss, the store team leader, Salvador Vela, in support of the dog park as well. So I'll go ahead and read that. It's short and sweet. Hello, City of Emeryville Council members. I'm writing in support of the proposed Halleck Beach Dog Park project adjacent to our Emeryville Oakland store. The area has been a challenging one for us and has had an impact on our store security and the safety due to the fact that it is a covered, poorly lit, and a non-high traffic area. Some incidents include tampering with electrical boxes outside our building, which presents a fire hazard, as well as unfortunate situations where team members and guests have been accosted in that area. We think creating an amenity for nearby neighbors and patrons of our store would be the best possible use of this space. We will advocate strongly that our corporate office provides us resources to assist in any way we can, including team member volunteer cleanup. We are in the process of trying to reallocate funds being used currently for a private security company which oversees that area to possibly support with restocking supplies for the park. Recruiting the eyes of people and their pets will help make this a safer area for everyone. Target has a well-established track record of corporate responsibility and team-driven volunteer events. We feel this corporate and city government collaboration can serve as a model for other similar projects, and we look forward to this becoming a reality for the Oakland and Emeryville communities. Thank you, Salvador Vela, store team leader. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ray Kidd.
I live in Oakland. I live right on the other side of the freeway, right off 34th Street. I'm glad to hear that Target is supporting this. I think that if they can help supplement with some of the CIP funding, I'm sure that might help your decision. I am the co-chair of West Oakland Neighbors, and I also am on the Community Advisory Committee for the City Slicker Farm Park that will be having its grand opening on June 11th and 12th that weekend with a lot of activities and dignitaries. I hope you all can come. It's at 2847 Peralta. It's a 1.4 acre park and urban farm. I bring this up because we did a lot of community planning and charrettes before this park was done, before the final design was made for this park, and there was no greater request for any item to go in this park other than a off-leash dog area for this park. And so that area that we'd actually just put into the park, an off-leash dog area. However, this is, although it's a public park, it is owned and operated by a private nonprofit. City Slicker Farms will be operating this park. And trying to get insurance for a dog park by a nonprofit is almost impossible. So that dog park had to be eliminated from the City Slicker Farm Park. That means there is no dog park in all of West Oakland, and there is no dog park in any of this part of Emeryville. So there's a huge need for that. There's a huge demand for that. You know, there's a dog park as part of the East Bay Regional Park System, Point Isabel, right? You're probably familiar with that, in El Cerrito. It is the single most popular dog park, and a single most popular park in the East Bay Regional Park System. Almost 1 million visitors a year go there. That shows you what's needed. I mean, what's demanded. If you don't really have to go very far to go around the neighborhood and see all these people walking their dogs. I mean, for better or worse, I think we can say there are a lot more households with dogs than there are with children. And we did include a children's playground in the farm park, and there are a number of children's playgrounds in Emeryville. Probably should be more, but there is no dog park, and we need one. And I think that it would be a wise use of the CIP funds for the small amount that's going to be needed to construct this dog park and make it available for Emeryville and Oakland. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Hampton. I've lived in Emeryville since 1992. I want to thank Emeryville. It used to have a feral cat fund, and so on behalf of myself and the clan of the 10 or so feral cats that my neighbors and I are still feeding, we support the dog park. I'm ready to volunteer, and I hope that you'll include it in the CIP. Thank you.
My name's Adam. I'm an Emeryville homeowner. I'm not a dog person. I'm a cat person. However, I do support this dog park. That area is an area of blight, dumping. I've been accosted by folks there. And what better way to combat blight, crime, and hostility than developing community? And dog parks develop community. And I think it would be a benefit not only to the people who live in the area, who travel through the area, who shop in the area, and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Whittle. I'm a preschool teacher here in Emeryville, and I've been taking children to field trips over at Temescal Creek Park for about 10 years now. And I've seen how it's transformed over the years. Specifically with the addition of the dog park, it's created a very warm and stable environment for people to meet, talk to each other, interact for however long it takes for your dog to do his business, and then carry on and say, we'll see you next time, and everything like that. So I just wanted to offer my testimonial as a lover of a local dog park and what it can do for a neighborhood, and hope you have the same success with this one if it is approved. Thank you.
Hello, Melody Mitchell, also homeowner here in Emeryville, and I can't think of a better way to spend not a lot of money to build community. I'm not a dog owner either, but I would feel so much safer walking in my neighborhood, and I'm one of the closest neighborhoods to this potential dog park, and I would just love it if we would be able to support that for our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Mendieta Mitchell, and I've lived in Emeryville for 9.5 years now. I'm not a dog owner, however, I live at Bay Street, and I know a lot of my neighbors have dogs, and they have little small patches of grass where their dogs can go. But I know our neighbors would be really thrilled with the opportunity to take their dog to a local dog park. I actually used to walk around that area a lot and knew about the underground tunnel that you guys were talking about earlier because I used to walk that area. However, ever since there's been a lot more illegal activity happening down there, I've been taking the longer way around. So I would really appreciate having the opportunity just as a regular citizen to be able to walk through that area. And I love dogs and, just to be able to play with the dogs for a little bit. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Markham, and I'm a resident of Emeryville for the last 4.5 years. I think when you talk about a project that has a bigger impact, even though it's a small project, I think this one would be an ideal case of that. You're talking about allocation of money, projects, where to allocate what funds to what projects, and I think that this project even would be smaller in comparison to what you're doing overall with a lot of other projects, but I think it would have a much bigger impact than, or it would have a very big impact given how small it really is. I think that it would help with, first off, to Rob's point about people and their dogs, you have a community of people. And one thing that I think that would do there is give a self-policing aspect to that area, which we know right now is a fairly unsavory area, right? So when you have an area that I believe will be lit at night, you have people in the building that Rob and I live in and a few other people here has dog ownership, I think, of somewhere around 60 to 70%. So you're going to have a self-policing aspect to all those people being there, and a sense of self-community there that will make it safer, and it will take care of a lot of the urban blight that we see in that small corridor. So I think overall that project will have a much bigger impact, or have a very big impact, even though considerably looking at it, it's a relatively small and probably inexpensive project given the other projects that you have up here. So big bang for not much money, I think.
Hi, I'm Mavis Ledford. I'm a 2-year homeowner of Emeryville, and I live about 2 blocks from said location. I have a 10-year-old dog, and I probably walk around that area 2 or 3 times a week, and blight is the best word to explain that area. What's interesting is that little underpass is like just the perfect location for something like a dog park. You can't put housing there, you can't put anything, and if that space doesn't get used, then it gets used for mattresses, for shopping carts with like hundreds of mysterious bags. It's crazy the number of things you see under that that bridge area when it's not being used. And as many people mentioned, like this southwest part of Emeryville would benefit so much by having this park here where there's nothing right now, and having a place where tons of Emeryville people can visit, not just with dogs but without dogs, is no longer will be this unsavory aspect of Emeryville. It's going to be a beautiful place. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kayla Sterling. I am a resident of Emeryville, and I am on the board of the Emeryville Warehouse Lofts. You've heard a lot of comments tonight about safety and trash, and then turning an unsafe and a messy space into a community project with relatively not that much money. So it seems to me, and I feel many people here tonight, that we're really hoping you make this project a priority. One of the things that we're hoping that you make a priority in this neighborhood is our safety. And there are a lot of small little pockets that are kind of scary to walk around. So any of these projects, this one included, where we can turn an area that's really unsafe into a place where people will congregate. You know, dogs are kind of make an area safe, don't they? So thank you for considering this, and we really urge you and kind of nudge you as much as we can to pass this project. Thank you.
I'm in favor of the dog park too, but you won't be surprised. I just want to say something about the greenway that runs behind our building. I do want to thank the staff for putting it on the list for implementation this year, and I think that that's very important that it not be delayed any further. When we first were looking for a place to relocate in 2013, we were told that that dirt strip was fully funded. It was going to be implemented that summer, 2013. That didn't happen. As we progressed through our CUP process and went through the process of getting access to the Greenway, city staff spent a lot of time with us and working through the intricacies proposed by the Greenway ordinance or law, whatever it's called. They have encouraged us to have a sidewalk cafe in the Greenway, which we've been looking forward to for a long time. Of course, it will help our business, but it's also going to help other surrounding businesses. And of course, in the interim, there's been 175 new residential units added. So there's really a great need for that. And I also want to say that I think the Greenway will only really fulfill its full potential to be a really iconic element of Emeryville when it's complete. So I think all of the phases should be pushed through as rapidly as possible. And just finally, I want to say, you know, as we went along and we kept saying, well, why isn't this being done? Because we heard it was fully funded and so forth, and the only answer we got from staff was, well, there isn't enough staff time to finish the project. We can't. There are other things we're having to do. And this isn't meant as a criticism of Public Works or planning and thing. I think it's obvious they're very overwhelming. I went to the EDC committee, and I was just stunned to find out that there were 86 projects, 83 of which are fully funded, sitting there in this logjam. And it just strikes me as crazy. So I also hope that the city is going to find ways to ease this process and get these projects that are funded on the road. So thank you.
Hi, just really quick, in support of Dog Park. I just want to say that being a resident of Bay Street, just having a dog relief area has been phenomenal for our community, for our residents to get together, to have conversations. And I could only imagine with having a full dog park down there, what it could do. And very excited to see this kind of almost like a circular pattern, being able to have pedestrians kind of circulate around, walking their dogs, getting involved in the community. This is just wonderful, and I hope it moves forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Sharon Wilshire. This was something new tonight. For me, I'm not a dog owner, but I am a Park Avenue resident and Park Avenue District resident, and I do support the proposed funding for the dog park under the 40th Street overpass. But a few other things that I wanted to mention that are on the CIP. This evening, you're going to hear a presentation for the artwork that's proposed for ECCL. Just this past week, we had 3 really exciting workshops continuing for the Public Art Master Plan, and I think that within this year, we'll have that plan completed. Utility boxes, the next phase is actually proposed to go in toward the end of this month. Another successful project. And then the bus shelter art project, we hope to have the RFP out sometime in 2016. So we're really active. And I do know Maurice mentioned the recommendations that came from the Public Art Committee. We were really encouraged and support the 16-17 year for the riprap at Point Emery. We have a public art commission that's sort of been in limbo for the last at least 3 years, and this would help to inform that process. So we hope you'll support that. And lastly, I'm just really encouraged to see what's been called out for a recommendation in the CIP for the Center for the Arts. I think I've probably worked on that project in some way for at least the last 10 years on committees, and we've had focus groups and the nonprofit that was formed. But I think that it's been very interesting that through the public art master plan workshops, there's also been renewed and continuing interest in the project. And I know that a goal for the city, at least what I've understood, is continuing to the creation of a vibrant and memorable city. The arts are very much part of the city's identity, not only in the city of Emeryville, but in the region. And I think so many people are looking forward to an even broader venue for the arts. So, including, for me, and I think it's been expressed by others in some of the workshops, that not only the creation of a space, but also a space that really supports excellence and innovation and engagement in programming. I think the programming is very important. So hope that you will support that in the CIP. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward for public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's proceed with some discussion. Anyone have any salient points they need to make immediately?
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
First off, I want to thank Maurice and his team. A lot of work went into this CIP, and a lot of consideration and a lot of judgment, and I really appreciate the effort that's moving forward. It's quite true that we have monies available here, and we have a very small public works staff. It's like trying to get a pig through a boa constrictor or something like that. That being said, we have a very challenging project job here, because we only have a limited number of staff hours, and we have these very enticing projects that we want to move forward. But I have to put in a plug for all the dog park people, because what they are saying about the investment of time and money in a very relatively small project will enhance that entire neighborhood. And that's what this city is all about, enhancing the neighborhoods, keeping the neighborhoods safe. So I realize there are difficulties that Michael Gina has told us about, the difficulties of spending Emeryville taxpayers' money on what is essentially Oakland's piece of ground. But it is very clear to me from the work that Scott and I have done with the West Oakland people and with the Oakland city staff that they are on board here, and they will work with us to move this project through. They will be coming. Oakland staff is coming on Thursday to the Public Works meeting to make a presentation about the opportunities in West Oakland, and the dog park is one of the opportunities. There's certainly other things that are being considered. So as we go forward and categorize, point out what we want to be top on the list here, I hope we don't lose this small dog park, because it can change that neighborhood, and it is not safe walking around there now. I know, and if we can make that investment as soon as possible, I think we'll reap the benefits to it. Aside from that, I think the plan, depending on how we prioritize this, we have the money, we have excellent staff, although not too many, and we should be moving forward. So that's my comments.
Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to thank Rob for initiating the petition. Now we know who reads The Evil Eye. And Bobby, I think it might have been you who mentioned that this will have a big bang for small bucks, and I actually agree with that. And every time we've put in some quality of life amenity. It's paid off in spades in terms of that sense of building community. So I want to raise two challenges. I mean, obviously, this is going to go forward. But I have two challenges. One is that all of you who intimated at maybe organizing yourselves to keep it clean and maintained, that could be a very nice community association to form more formally. So that would help out the city of Oakland. We have to figure out about maintenance because that piece of land is in Oakland, and towards that, I mean, we could throw money into it, but I don't know if we have the legal right to continue to maintain it. But the second challenge that I would like is if the mayor would be amenable to signing a letter to the Oakland City Council member who wrote us in support of the dog park, that she used some of her discretionary funds to pay for half of the park. Because it's within her jurisdiction, and it's not even within our jurisdiction, and yet we're going to out of improving. Sometimes Emeryville's been seen as being parochial. I think we're very regional players, but it's like Oakland should have some skin in the game here. So that's an ask to send a letter to her they have discretionary funds. She could write a check like tomorrow to fund this.
I'd support that letter.
Me too.
I'd like to say that I think we already own the bridge.
Yeah.
And we could just go ahead with lighting right away, get a lighting design that would suit our future park, and then that is something we could just go ahead on until we work things out with the city of Oakland. And that could make immediate improvements.
That would be an enormous help down there to get lighted there. Wouldn't everybody agree? Mm-hmm. That's spooky.
Jack?
In terms of this particular project, I'd like to say that I agree with Ruth about Oakland having some skin in the game. And the other thing I'd like to mention is that in addition to blight, there are also people in the area that are unhoused, and Emeryville has a responsibility to help with the homelessness problem in our neighborhoods. And when the budget comes forward to us, I want us to think about the ways that we're distributing resources, and that I think that you will still have people nearby, that people will be there because there are not other places to go. And so we're going to have to take a different kind of approach and make sure that we have alternatives and solutions to help people. The metal scrap place, what is that called, Nora?
Alliance Steel.
Yes, so that's closing in August, right? And who knows what the effect of that is going to be. It could be that people are more desperate at that point. But at any rate, I hope that we remember this conversation when we come back to our budget, to think about the effects that this might have and the ways that we can contribute beyond a dog park, because I have a feeling it's still going to be necessary.
Mm-hmm. I am also inclined to support this dog park as well as the Greenway. I think it's always great when we can have more open space and community space. But I do want to thank Councilmember Asher for reminding us that there's a human element to this situation, that there is illegal activity, there is blight, there are shopping carts, there are mattresses, there is trash, it is messy. but there's a reason for that. It's because people are being displaced, and I think that's, again, I agree. I want to see this addressed when we look at the budget. That said, I love dogs. I love parks. I don't agree that this is a small amount of money.
Yeah,
I think it's a great amount of money. I don't take lightly spending $300,000 out of the city's budget. But with the promise of it being a well-used space, we just saw the skate park become a fabulously used place that really is bringing folks together, and I'd like to see the same thing happen with this dog park. So that said, this is part of a greater conversation that we're having about the capital improvement program, and I also want to thank staff for doing this on a fast track, for making it happen so quickly. However, I hope in future years we can have more time to build more community engagement around this process, because there are so many projects, and while they're funded, as Councilmember Davis noted, it is, getting that pig through a python. We want to really prioritize with the community helping us do that. So that's my only note. Is there any further comments for staff?
Are there any projects in the list that you're unsure of not proceeding, like the trailers at the rec center? Do you want me to pull that one off the sheet?
We had some discussion about this at which committee are we on?
Budget and governance.
Yeah. Okay. So I have two things that I'm concerned about. One is that ECDC needs a new roof, and that is desperately needed. It's been leaking for a long time, and if you have to move the children out to another space, what we know is that we don't have enough public space to move people into when we're doing these kinds of renovations. And for that reason, and because the ECCL, our grand experiment, has not yet begun, and we don't know what's going to, if everything's going to be adequate, right? If we're going to need any transitional space, I think that we should hold off on that. One of the suggestions that was made at that committee was to think about the Bridge Court room, because it is at the East Bay, shopping center, as a site for the substation if we need that. And then another thing that I'd just like to forecast for the future is that in the long term, that same site has been talked about for years as affordable senior housing.
Correct.
And what I would like us to think about is the fact that, yes, we need senior housing. We also need family housing. Seniors can live in family housing, but children cannot live in senior housing. And in terms of having more of a mixed community, and that being a space where there are resources for seniors and children, really accessible in terms of being close to the ECCL, I don't know if that is still the best use for that, because I believe we have a tremendous deficit in terms of affordable family housing in the city.
I have some comments about some of the projects. For the 80+ projects that are here, at some point, it actually would be nice to have a sentence or two about each of them, but we don't really have the time tonight.
Correct.
So, but I do have a question about the Lumec poles and LEDs.
Sure.
Because I thought we had already switched out all our street lights for LEDs.
We switched out all the Cobra heads, so all the ones that you'd see on a wooden telephone pole, or the ones that look similar to that style. Those are all LEDs now. And so the only ones that we have that are not LEDs are the ones on the Greenway, which are induction lighting, which is actually a very efficient light, so we wouldn't want to change those to LEDs. And then, of course, these Lumex, which are metal halide, very high maintenance, and not very efficient compared to the LEDs. So it's only those lights.
And that's a minority of streetlights at this point in the city, right?
Well, there's quite a few of them.
There's quite, okay.
Yes.
And then in terms of the Arts Center, our ill-fated building back here, you had suggested a study as the next step for that building, is that right?
A feasibility study. What we want to do is dust off the old plans and figure out if we could, if that's if that's what we want to proceed with, that concept, and then of course meet with the artists and the group that was involved with preparing that concept to see if that's the programming that we want to continue with, or do we want to do something different in there? And that's what we would need some help preparing.
The annual celebration of the arts needs a permanent place.
Right, so that needs to be looked at, right.
That's like a top priority, I think,
right.
Because poor Sharon goes
scurrying
around every year trying
exactly. So, but I think you would want that facility to be used year-round, and of course, the annual exhibits once a year. So
1 month out of the year.
Right,
yeah.
1 month out of the year. So we need to look at I think originally that project was intended to be run by a nonprofit, and the city was going to be minimally involved with the operations. So we need to look at the programming. How is that going to work? Is it going to be a city facility, city operated, or is it going to be some outside group running it?
Well, and there were other things. For instance, at the ECCL, we thought we were going to have a theater space, and now it turns out that the district actually doesn't have any stage for graduation. They're going to have to rent stages for graduation, and there are no stages at the ECCL. So in terms of having that kind of use as well,
right.
it was planned under different terms.
Right.
So, yeah.
But I believe, wasn't there a theater in the proposed design?
There's a theater.
Okay. Yeah.
Then under the transportation section, the railroad quiet zones, the 4-quadrant gates.
Right.
Which now we have some money. You're showing that it's partially funded.
Well, we're showing $250,000 in it. It doesn't. This shows all the funding. It doesn't show what's partially funded. I should direct you in your staff report. There are project descriptions for every project.
Right.
I have most of them memorized, but not all of them. But I believe we're showing $250,000 in the last year.
The project's $4.25 million in total. That's it.
Yeah, it's about a $5 million project. At the time we initially studied it about 6-7 years ago now. So it needs to be looked at once again.
Well, I just want to say that that's a project that's now ACTC has forwarded to MTC as part of Alameda's plans, and so I think we can push that a little higher up on a timeline because that's now being recommended for funding from MTC.
Oh.
Well, that would make sense, and then if we could find funding for it, then that definitely would move up in the schedule, right?
Yeah. Right.
So
So I'm
typically
saying
what we're
that's happening now.
That's good.
Good.
Okay.
So maybe we could add a little. So the other thing, maybe in the next version of this, it'd be nice to see if we have grant funding for certain projects with timelines by which they have to be encumbered or spent.
Yeah, that's
because I'd hate to turn back money because we're not able to get moving on it.
Right, and so that's one of the reasons the Greenway section didn't get pushed forward, because we had all these other projects that had timelines, like the Safe Routes to Transit project,
Right.
and these other projects, and a lot of the ROPS money that we were rushing to try to spend those monies before we lost it, and so. Yeah, that's typically
what I don't have from this report tonight is, where's the clock ticking that we really have to get moving on?
Understood. Okay.
That's all I'm asking for.
Okay.
I'd like to add something to the bicycle and pedestrian section of.
Add a project?
Yeah, add a project. We've talked about it in the past over many years in our city, which is the Pickle Works path connecting Doyle Street to 53rd Street.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to look at the cost of an easement through those properties, and this would really enhance our new Center for Community Life access from North Emeryville, people walking and biking to school.
Right, I'm aware of the project. I remember it had started moving forward in condemnation, and I got stuck up with the property owner really not cooperating and making it as difficult as possible legally to try to acquire it. So I think what we'd want to do is figure out, well, what year do you want to pursue that?
Well, can we get it on the list, though?
We can definitely on the list.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unfunded projects that are not on the list.
Yeah, because
in the bike
and
plan.
also the Christie Avenue cleanup, right? The remediation, that's unfunded for the housing? Is that?
No, the housing project's fully funded, except for we haven't identified how we're going to pay for the remediation. So it's part of a project, but the remediation part of it hasn't been identified, the funding source.
Yeah. Okay.
We haven't listed every unfunded project we have. If you look at the bike plan, there's a lot of projects in there that are not appearing here.
Mm-hmm.
What we tried to do is show those ones that we know that we're going to be able to budget for over the next 5 years. That's what we identified here.
While we don't have necessarily some of the funds needed for some of our projects, like the Art Center, I think that looking at it as a process and considering designs that we could institute early and develop later is something we should consider. And there's a way that we could have that structure working for us and our strong community needs in some more immediate way that maybe would help us find monies later to make it into a grand and great space. But I think if we look at it as a potential temporary beginning, we could benefit from that.
Well, the way we're showing it right now, the first year is the feasibility study to define what we want. The second year being fully design everything, and there's, we have $10.5 million of funding budgeted. So if we can come up with a design that we could, if it's going to cost more than $10.5 million, then of course we'd have to postpone when you build it. But hopefully the feasibility study will do cost estimates to let us know what it is we can build with the money we have. And then hopefully if we figure out that we want more than we can afford at this point, then we would try to raise money.
All right, any more comments on the CIP? Okay, let's move on. We'll move back to item 8.1.
Oh.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville adopting the Public Art Committee's recommendation to select Kelly Ording, Paul Vexler, and Madeline Wiener as the artists for the Emeryville Center of Community Life Public Art Project.
And
welcome, Amber.
As these recommendations are being brought to you unanimously from the PAC and unanimously from the selection committee, we could almost put these on the consent calendar, and if that's your preference, we can do that. But in the future,
Let's look at the art. Yeah.
But I can show you art, and that's the only reason we don't. So the picture before you is a hanging sculpture suspended, made of laminate, plastic, and wood, a cutout of which is in my hands here. So if you imagine this being continued in these exact dimensions as depicted in that picture, hanging in the Welcome Center, with a plaque that kind of describes how this is a mathematical equation and quandary to inspire the children and staff within ECCL. This is one of 3 artists that are recommended for the site. The second artist recommended was going to be in the same space. And the selection panel said, we really want to see this work that has been created with inspiration from not only our native local people, the Ohlone, but also basket weavers throughout the world, the Senegalese, people in South America, and the artist's narrative of creating a welcoming space through cross-cultural exchanges. And so this got moved into the teen center. That picture I had right here, it's through where you see that billiard table there. It's that room there. So it'll be visible through the windows on the outside in the courtyard, and it'll be visible for anyone entering that room through the Welcome Center. These were some of the inspiring images the artist used. And the third artist is Madeline Weiner, and her proposal is to create a 5 by 5 by 4 limestone creation of books for children to sit on, adults to sit on, and a full figure. The sizing of it has been increased because the recommendations that were made forward were not to go with some of the more expensive projects that were proposed by the finalists. So when the selection panel selected 5 finalists to submit conceptual design proposals, 2 of them were proposed for the 53rd Street courtyard. One was by Pete Beatman, River Tree as depicted here in this picture, and the other was Jessie, a large teddy bear that were depicted in the same site. They would both be in that same site. And when the selection panel looked at these and their appropriateness for Emeryville, their setting, a gateway entry, there was a real consensus about maybe working more into the interior of the site and perhaps leaving this gateway treatment to the further discussion that was happening in the public art master plan, and perhaps think about what happens here in some other kind of capital project or a more integrated approach with the rest of the city as we think about how public art defines our city. And so, whoa. Things are happening fast, but not quite that fast. So the selection panel and the PAC, as they were consistent with all the selection panel's recommendations, were not to select either proposal for 53rd. As I just discussed, move forward with the other projects, and then to add just a tiny budget for some descriptive plaques to really add an interpretive element, such as what's that mathematical equation, or why are these images what they are. We don't want from the beginning, we want from my current slide. That wasn't my current slide. The modifications, so the selection panel recommended that more money that was saved from not going with the 53rd Street be placed in Madeline Weiner's installation. And the idea there was to change the materials to go to something harder, to make it less likely to be graffitied or actually obstructed, like vandalism with cutting or damage to it. And so she changed her material to a cottonwood limestone, from a cottonwood limestone to a dolmatic limestone, which is a harder material, and then increased the size of the seated feature by a foot in every direction. So the possibility of having 2 small people or 1 large person in a more cozy configuration. And with that, I'm having trouble with the slide. With that, they're proposing the full expenditure of the budget for this project that is in the CIP. This is like all the information you want about one project in the CIP. That 2 of the artists move forward with the $40,000 that they were asked to stay within, an additional $27,000 provided to Madeline Weiner for the harder material and the larger piece, and then these 3 plaques for each of them. And with that, I ask if you have any questions or any inquiries, otherwise to move forward with this project.
I love that Madeline Weiner thing. I think the kids are going to enjoy that immensely. I'd move approval of this.
I have a comment. I have to say, I loved the bear, but there's a reason.
Me too, Jack.
I didn't like the bear. I thought it was great, and one of the reasons I loved it is because the building is so generic, and I would just love a piece of art that really, you could not make a mistake that you were driving into Emeryville. People would say, just turn right at the bear. Like that kind of, this is what I was imagining. So I think, especially if we're thinking about the master plan, that is a really great space to put something in, to put it in a gateway piece of art, a very large scale piece of art, and to not shy away from the fact that there are I mean, the majority of the people that are there 8 hours a day are children. And it's okay, I think, to signal that and to embrace that a little bit. So I really liked the bear. I liked these other things as well, but I look forward to and hope that we come up with a very impressive gateway piece of art at that corner.
So I have a comment too. I also liked the bear for a number of reasons, because it signaled young people, and you know, a teddy bear is soft and cuddly, and the emotional what it evokes emotionally, I think, is about nurturing and taking care of our people, which is what we want to do. I really liked that piece. But that being said, and, you know, I don't participate in any of these discussions except when they come here. But that being said, I thought that what might give that corner a little pizzazz and some glamour is to ask Disney for permission to put a figure of Dash there. Dash was a character in The Incredibles who, when he had to hide his superpowers, couldn't run as fast as he could, but he played on the Spartans. Pixar took the name of our team and put it in that movie, and I think it would go really far to say, you know, what kid doesn't like to be a superhero at some point in their development, you know? And so I think it would really bring home the fact that we have a little bit of entertainment as well as being kid-friendly. And so that, you know, that's my inspiration for that corner.
I like that idea. Chad, make it happen.
I have to say, I didn't like the bear.
You didn't like it?
I would have liked the bear.
Reactions.
Like, one of the inspiration pictures that the artist used was a big fluorescent yellow bear. And I would have gone for that.
Would have gone for the more bear,
like
more
this
unreal
was
bear.
Jessie was a little too tame for
Timid,
me.
yeah.
A brown bear. She was a little too normal.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. But move approval. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a
Motion
and a second. But is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak before we discuss further or vote on this? So motion is by Davis, seconds by Asher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Noes? Abstentions?
I hope someone will convey my fantasy to
this
the
is a
public
good
art
reason.
committee.
Yeah, this is a good entree to Pixar.
Exactly.
Good reason to talk to them.
Public Art Master Plan, we just met with Pixar on Thursday, so.
What'd you say, Amber?
We just met, I and our consultant.
You got to go to the thank you.
Yeah.
I just met last Thursday as part of the Public Art Master Plan key informant interviews with both the facility manager and their art director. And so we did talk about collaborations with Pixar, such as them putting our call for the Poet Laureate or our call for the bus shelter out to their staff.
Oh, good.
And so we can continue to have email conversations such as you're inspired.
Dash. Great. All right. Item 8.3. Do we need to have a presentation, or would someone like to make a motion?
I move.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Donahue, second by Davis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Noes, abstentions, motion carries unanimously. And then item 8.4, would you like any discussion on this? This is something that I brought forward supporting the state of
resolution.
Second.
Motion by Davis, second by Asher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Noes, abstentions, motion carries. Now we're on to the meaty part of the late evening. Item 9.1.1, Emeryville Police Department Crime and Community Policing Update, 2016. Quarterly report. There's a whole presentation that's coming forward.
Showtime. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and audience. It's my pleasure to present to you the report on the first quarter of 2016. And tonight we have a PowerPoint presentation for you to help us along. You have the staff report in front of you, and while Sergeant Dower is setting up the PowerPoint, I promised that we would not take a lot of time this evening, so I'm going to keep talking. We are fortunate to work, live, and play in the city of Emeryville. It is a wonderful place to be, and we're committed to keeping it that way. Tonight, we're going to do an overview of crime trends. I'm going to do the first part, and then Sergeant Mike Allen is going to come in, and he's going to do a brief overview of field services. Captain Diotalevi is going to come in and present on our community outreach, and then we're going to close out with Sergeant Dower bringing to you an update on our professional services division. So our crime statistics for the first quarter, looking at Part 1 crimes, we're seeing an overall upward trend compared to the same period last year, with violent crimes up 81%. If we look at property crimes, staying in the Part 1 crimes category, property crimes are up 4% overall. But within that category, there's been a 36% rise in residential burglaries and 28% in grand theft. And here we go. Thank you. So it's... So we're in Part 1 crimes, violent crimes, property crimes, and moving on to, and these are comparisons for the same quarter of 2015. Part 2 crimes are up 4% overall, but again, there are significant increases within that 4% in what I call the quality of life categories, like drunkenness in public, drug offenses. In those categories, disorderly conduct is up 100%, drunkenness 40%, and drug offenses 46%. Prostitution is a high one in this category, but you'll hear Captain Diotalevi talk a little bit about that. That's related directly to our Innocence Lost project, where we were looking for victims of human trafficking. We're also seeing a continuation of the upward trend that we saw last year in our service to individuals with mental health issues and psychiatric emergency issues. That's up 17% compared to the same period last year. And with these calls, we're also seeing an increase in calls involving weapons. And on the next slide, we have our traffic statistics. Keep up here. So you'll see that the first quarter of 2016 in pedestrian stops is significantly lower than the same period last year. Suspicious incidents, I want to call out, they are increased this year, and I want to explain what suspicious incidents are. Suspicious incidents is a category that is used to address incidents where we were not able to determine if something happened. So it is suspicious persons. When somebody calls in, I just saw somebody who looked like they were casing cars in the parking lot, and we go and we don't find anybody. Suspicious person call. There were 47 of them in this quarter of that number. Suspicious vehicles is the other part of that category. There were 137 of those where people call in and say, there's a car on my street, it looks like it doesn't belong, or this car is driving around here and we think the people in it are up to no good. And so that falls into that category. It stays as a suspicious incident if we don't find anything. Maybe we will contact the people And they'll say, I'm the carpenter and I'm here to fix something that's broken in the garage. So not a suspicious person, but nonetheless it's a call for service that we had to devote resources to, and this is how we capture it. So I hope that explains that category a little bit better to you. Moving on then to close this out, this is a snapshot of the reports that we've taken. We have seen an increase in the number of reports that we've taken in this quarter compared to the first quarter of last year, but calls for service are down. And arrests, let me see, go back to my notes here. We've had 12% less adult arrests, 11 less juvenile arrests, and those reports, 23% more reports. So where you see the reductions in arrests, citations, DUIs, that can be attributed to a decrease in staffing. And as I've said before, we're running at about a 30% vacancy in patrol due to injuries, family leave, and one vacancy that we still have. So when you run short on staff, those things that you would devote resources to for officers' proactive time gets decreased because they're responding to calls for service or taking reports. So that's my part of this presentation. I like to use this opportunity. I get to stand in front of you 4 times a year to share with you what we do, and I want to use that time by what I did last time, bringing in staff members to present to you so that you get to see the face, put a face to the name, and also that they can share with you the good work that they do. So tonight you're going to hear from Sergeant Allen, who typed this up in very small print. And you may recognize Sergeant Allen, but maybe I could share a little bit with you as to what he's been doing at the police department. He's a 27-year veteran of law enforcement, and 22 of those years have been here in Emeryville. He was assigned to the patrol division in his first year and worked a variety of shifts. After being assigned to patrol for a year, he became a canine officer and worked with his partner Duke for 6 years. Sergeant Allen returned to patrol for a year and was then assigned to the traffic section, where he spent 10 years as a motorcycle officer. He remained in traffic until after he was promoted to sergeant in 2007. He has done several projects while he was in traffic. He did Autoberg suppression details within Emeryville and also in partnership with Berkeley and Albany. He's been very significant in overseeing our mutual aid response. So he's got a lot of experience in that and led our efforts before I was here in the Occupy Oakland protests. And he also oversaw the Red Flex photo enforcement program until it was discontinued. He's had several traffic-related details, such as Avoid the 21, which is the DUI enforcement, Click It or Ticket, seatbelt enforcement, 4th of July detail, the shortest triathlon detail, the Halloween parade, and the holiday parade. He is now back in the patrol division running a patrol team. So Sergeant Allen.
Madam Mayor, Council. The field services. Some notable incidences that we've had. On Wednesday, February 17th, officers responded to a string of robberies involving 6 female suspects. The first robbery occurred on 40th Street and San Pablo Avenue, where a gentleman had his phone forcibly ripped away from his hands. The females then fled westbound on 40th Street, where they saw a female walking down the street with her purse strapped around her shoulders. The group of females repeatedly beat the victim until her purse strap broke, and then they fled with the victim's purse. The third robbery occurred at Bay Street when the group of females assaulted another female and took her cell phone. One of our officers spotted the group of females running away from the scene. He stopped 5 of them. The 6th one ran away, but other officers were able to stop her a short distance away. The DA charged all 6 of them for their crimes, the 3 robberies, and they also pled guilty to them. So that was a good catch by our guys there. My team actually on March 9th, about 8 a.m. in the morning, we had a domestic violence. The first officer on the scene got up to the door and he heard some screaming for help from a female voice, and then all of a sudden it went quiet. He heard a male voice. He couldn't recognize what the male voice was saying, and then the inside of the apartment went completely quiet. So the officer knocked on the door. He announced that the police department was here. We're here to help, and there was no response. Believing that the female was in grave danger, the officer and myself and some others kicked the door in, and once the door was in, the male suspect was taken into custody in the front room. Female victim came out of the back room. She was sobbing, she was crying, she had red marks on her neck, red marks on her face where he tried to choke her and cause harm to her. The suspect was arrested and charged by the DA's office for corporal injury to a spouse, great bodily injury, kidnapping because he held her against her will, threatening with intent to terrorize. He was threatened that don't go out there, don't scream for the police or I'm going to harm you further. And he had a probation violation also, which we arrested him on. So, thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council, good evening. Some very good cases Sergeant Allen just brought forward. I'm very proud to be able to lead the FSD section. They're truly the face of our department. They're what the citizens see. They're the boots on the street, and they're where we all started as police officers, and that's where we actually learned how to be a part of a community, is when we're out on the streets. Here we go. Our sergeant, the first one I'm going to bring up is our sergeant's partnership with the community. As far as, we call it the Sergeant's Partner Program, but it actually is the entire department's program. We have a face where the community, each group of citizens can meet with the sergeants and express what they see out there. Our sergeants can come back and let our officers know. Our officers give feedback to the sergeants on what they're seeing on the street. Then it comes back up to the chain of command, and we kind of get a little plan going. For example, during this period, Sergeant Alton met with the people from Watergate. He does a great job with them. They trust him. There's a lot of communication going back and forth. There was a troublesome tenant at Watergate. There were some parking issues that he dealt with the people during the meeting that they had brought up. Sergeant Allen, part of his area is 3610 Peralta. Some of the issues that were brought up there were the homeless population across the street, keeping people out of their building. We were just talking to somebody from Bay Street where they had they're having a problem with some people trying to sneak into their building when the gate goes up. We see that problem a lot, and then some vandalism that they're dealing with. Sergeant Cassianos, 6363 Christie, is part of his area. They're dealing with some bike thefts. We have seen a rise in bike thefts in our area. Our CIS is trying to put together a program where we're going to combat that. They talked about crime trends. Sergeant Bassetti, Green City Lofts. They talked about how not to be a victim, how to protect yourself, what to look out for when you're shopping, and then they also want to know about some crime trends that are occurring in our city. Homeless liaison. Officer White has successfully connected 4 people with the Berkeley Family Housing Program to provide shelter, food, and they have, with Officer White and Detective Mayorga, they kind of built a relationship where the population isn't really hesitant to go up to them and talk to them. There's a lot of communication going on. If you know Officer White, he's 6'9". I don't know how he can give his clothes to anybody, his old clothes, but he provided a couple of care packages for the people over there with his own clothes. We see our officers taking money out to buy blankets, taking money out to give to the homeless. It's actually a really good program, and we're proud of where it's going. Our Marina liaison, Officer Pardo, again, he's doing a great job over there. He's the topics that they talk about are laws against boating, around boating, lien process with the DMV. They're continually trying to adjust the list that our chief had originally started with them at the beginning when she first came over here. She has a background in that. They've rekeyed the entrances to the marina. They've given us the key fobs, created a tenant log where only the people that live there are supposed to be are on that log, and they have installed new lights. So again, the Marina Liaison, we're proud of that program also, and it's coming along. They have a meeting set up, I think in 2 weeks. I think Officer Pardo talked about that. Investigations, Detective Mayorga, first of all, they've had, for this quarter, they had 530 cases. 311 of them were closed by arrest. So that's a really good percentage. A lot of those are the petty thefts and stuff like that, but some significant cases they put together. One significant case is about 28 years ago, some of you might remember, 28 years ago we had a female that was dumped into a dumpster underneath the Powell Street overpass. Sorry about that. Burned to death. The DNA wasn't quite up to what it is now, so the case went inactive for 28 years. Detective Mayorga, probably about 3 or 4 months ago, got a call from Clatsop County Sheriff's Department in Oregon. They knew about our case. They were kind of excited because they had a female that was murdered, and the connection led up to our area. So what Mayorga did was he checked to see if there was any DNA taken. At that time there wasn't, but there were still some slides that had some skin on it that they saved for evidence. Mayorga resubmitted it to DOJ. This is still an open case, so I'm kind of being a little bit vague with some of the stuff. They came back with a profile, but the profile didn't match the female in Oregon. So Mayorga started to get some steam with his investigation. He went to an anthropologist in Chico, and the anthropologist gave him some advice, said, hey, why don't you broaden your search with DOJ? So that's what he did. And one thing led to another. He ended up getting a possible on a female that was that came up missing in a city north of us. So Mayorga went up to the city, made contact with them. They didn't have all of their records up to what they should have had, but they did give him another lead. He investigated it, and he got a possible female that he was able to make contact with with her daughter. After a little while, she agreed to give DNA, and the DNA was a match. So he is about right there on that one. There's still a long way to go with it, and but there's a possibility that this might be solved. At least we know who the female was. So that was a good case, but it's still ongoing. And the last one was the operation the chief alluded to before, was the Operation Innocence Lost, and that was on February 4th. We had a joint operation with ACVET, Alameda County, Vice Team, FBI, DOJ, and some of the other police departments in the area. It was based on, it was a year-long process that that they had to plan for. It was based on the Super Bowl and the prostitution, the human trafficking, and that goes on in the Super Bowl, before the Super Bowl, and it's really. But we agreed to have one of our hotels. We asked our hotel, the Marriott Hotel, to provide a place that we can actually run the operation, and we ended up making 8 arrests for prostitution, solicitation, prostitution, and drugs. And that is it for my section. I'll turn it over to Acting Captain Dower.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. So, Sergeant Dower, Acting Captain for Professional Services. So we're going to talk a little bit about records and communications and training. I know it's been a long night, so we'll get through this pretty quick here. Records and communications section processed almost 8,000 events. That's calls for service and officer-initiated activity, along with almost 2,500 reports. That's just for the first 3 months of the year. And we're going to talk a little bit about staffing in our dispatch center in just a minute, but if you can just kind of keep that in mind, 8,000 events for 3 months. And we also, knowledge is power. So our officers attended and our dispatchers attended 1,677 hours of training in the first quarter of this year. Some of the notable training that they attended was a seminar by Dr. Gilmartin, who literally wrote the book on emotional survival for law enforcement. He actually has the red and white book, excellent book. We were very lucky to be able to host Dr. Gilmartin here at our police department. We had a lot of agencies that attended and a big portion of our department, both sworn officer and non-sworn personnel. Along with part of our officer wellness program, we had a law enforcement resilience training. We had a yoga instructor that came in that specializes in yoga for law enforcement to try and reduce injuries. Officers also attended crisis intervention training. We are working hard to have all of our sworn personnel go through the crisis intervention training, working on de-escalation skills, working with people with that may have mental illness. We also had fair and impartial policing. We had personnel that attended a class on that, and we will be hosting that class here in Emeryville later on this year. Less lethal training, field evidence training. We trained a new field evidence technician, Officer Pardo. You might remember him. He was the one that had got his badge pinned on by Draymond Green. Tactical communication, so de-escalation skills, prevention of disease transmission, including bloodborne and airborne pathogens, and advanced first aid for severe trauma. So that was just some of the training that officers and dispatchers attended in the first quarter of this year. So we will talk a little bit about staffing. Remember I told you that we had 7,000 events that our dispatchers processed. That was having 2 vacancies and 1 off-duty injury that has left us short in our dispatch center. So we are supposed to have 8 dispatchers in there. We have had to pull civilians from other portions of the department in order to cover our dispatch, and we're still understaffed there. We have a sergeant who's currently on an on-duty injury. We had at one point 4 officers, a sergeant, 1 officer on leave and another one on FMLA leave, which was essentially a whole patrol team that was missing at one point. They were spread out among all the teams, but the equivalent was basically 1 whole patrol team that was gone at a given time. We did have a little bit of relief. You see Officer Birch up there, graduated from the academy. We had one dispatcher that retired in February after 27 years, Jan Shields. And we hired 2 officers. We rehired Officer Duff. He came back to us from the Concord Police Department, and Officer Berrien came from the Pismo Beach Police Department. You might have remembered he was just here recently getting sworn in. So a little bit about community outreach. So we did several presentations at local businesses. I don't want to give out the specific names of the businesses here, but we did meet with a lot of businesses in the city on responding to active shooter and workplace violence. Officer Michelle Shepard gave a talk at a local daycare facility on what it's like to be a police officer, being an excellent role model. Chief Tejada attended Career Day at Emory High School. You see a picture of her right there. Our personnel also continued to show a lot of compassion for people in need. You heard about that from Captain Diotalevi, talking about some of the outreach that our officers are doing on a daily basis. And we had presentations that were given at the Public Safety Committee on both the K-9 program and response to resistance and aggression. So those are all just some of what we've been doing in the first quarter this year. So, like I said, short and sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
I'll turn it back over to the Chief.
Thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
Good-looking group.
Any closing remarks, Chief?
Yes, I just want to thank all my staff members. We have a fabulous staff at the police department. The sworn officers, our professional staff, our dispatchers, our support staff, and all of the community members who are our partners. We, you may not be aware, but we were able to shut down a dope house with the cooperation of the neighbors, who gave us valuable information about what was going over several months. And so the community members are great at sharing information with us, and I just want to stress the importance of that and how grateful I am, because that extra set of eyes and ears in the community really helps us do our job. So see something, say something, give us a call. Thank you so much for your support, and we'll take any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, I have a question, Chief. The simple assault has increased a lot, and so what I'm wondering is, have you mapped where the increase is? Is it generalized? Is it happening? Do we have kind of, I don't know what to call it, hotspots? Like where? I just want to understand why we would have such a significant increase in that one area.
So when you see things like drug abuse up and drunkenness up, there's a correlation when you see simple assaults up. I don't have a map, but I will get it for you.
That would be great. I'd like to see that. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions? Nope.
Good presentation.
Great presentation. Thank you so
Chief.
much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Are there any other department head reports? And then before PD leaves, I do want to take a point of privilege to, many of you know I had a house fire this week, and I just wanted to thank Chief Tejada and Acting Captain Dower, as well as the fire department, Chief Winokur, for their really fantastic work and the personal touch. I really felt as a community member taken care of, and I couldn't be more proud of the people who are taking care of us. So Fred spent the whole day with me and my husband as we cried about our burned down house, and then he left, and then he came back with presents for the kids. Chief left things at our hotel, and the firefighters who tried to resuscitate my dearly departed dog were so sweet, gentle, and kind, and it's the fact that folks are able to be that way under the circumstances, it really is impressive, and I couldn't be more proud to live in Emeryville. So thank you. That was my council member reports. Anyone else have anything to say?
I want to say something.
Go ahead, Ruth.
Thursday was Bike to Work Day, and The City of Emeryville Ride started here at City Hall, and it comprised Vice Mayor Donahue, myself from the council, and Charlie and Maurice from staff, and Mike Roberts for a while, and Marcy came at the beginning, but staff were like all over the place, and we had fun riding around to some Energizer stations, and then we ended at the mayor's ribbon cutting for the gap closure for the Bay Trail at Christie and Shell Mound, and that was really fun, and it was really fun to see the high community spirit that morning, and I'm also pleased that the city now owns a pedal-powered blender for our own smoothies. That was very fun, and very good smoothie.
Great, thank you. Jack?
I want to thank Community Services and PD for their work on the bike rodeo at Anna Yates. People were absolutely thrilled about that. They got to use the smoothie blender, and there was an obstacle course drawn all over the playground, and people got to learn safety tips and ride their bikes around, and it was for the after-school program, and it was really wonderful for them to have that kind of different little programming. They were really excited about it. A couple of other things. I wanted to just point out some things that caught my eye in the last progress report, just to kind of underscore this for the public. The Park on Powell project, 900 applications were received for 8 very low income and 13 moderate income units at Park on Powell. 900 for 21. And then the 3900 Adeline project, staff met with a developer to market 5 very low income and 7 moderate income units, so a total of 12. The developer received 2,308 applications, of which 1,500 were determined to be eligible. So the housing crisis that we're in the midst of is really, really desperate. And then one kind of update from the Housing Authority in Emery Glen. I haven't said much about the project because mostly what's been going on at HACA has been in closed session. But basically the company that first received the bid did subpar work, and now we have another contractor who has to both undo that work and redo the work. The residents there have been incredibly patient. The subpar work led to mold in some of the units, and people had to be relocated. So the update with a bit of good news, but good news that has been too long in coming, is that May 27th, they are expected to be done with the building at 62nd and Doyle. They're using a crew that did this kind of work for HACA in Union City, and so we know they do good work. Siding and windows had to be removed and replaced, and they're correcting a lot of earlier work, and so the estimate for the completion of the entire project will be in mid-August. They're going to have an October event when everything is completed. They're going to paint fencing, refresh, restripe the parking area, and upgrade the exterior lighting. And HACA only has one revenue source, and it's the federal government. And in light of what the residents have been dealing with, we're trying to see if we could get them a month of rent forgiveness in December. But it's not certain, but that has been the clear direction and wish of the commission, and I hope that happens. But hopefully it will be done mid-August.
Thank you. That's it. Any other reports on meetings attended? Nope. Meeting is adjourned.